What's going on? Welcome into the first tournament of the year. Let's go. We are live. We are here. What's going on? We have how many? 434 registered players for this tournament. It is going to be a good one today. There are so many more interesting decks that are outperforming just in general today, and it's always good to keep track on what's going on because you have that Suicune Gyarados popping off. You see that, Venusaur, Mega Venusaur is actually starting to pop up out of nowhere as well with Decidueye. Decidueye is also one of those decks that's just coming out of nowhere. I like how the metagame is kind of shifting, anywhere, any decks could just come in and try to, they're trying to do their best against the Suicune matchup because Suicune is definitely the deck to beat. We will be starting at 3:15, which is literally in 3 minutes. I just want to go over the prize pool that we have for today. We do have a $100 prize pool. First place and second place are getting Cyrus. The only difference is $70 for first place, $20 for second place. Third place is getting $5 in a copycat. Fourth is getting $5 in a copycat full art. Fifth is getting Alicia. Sixth is getting Clemont. Seventh, Rainbow Rare Mega Absol. And eighth is getting Rainbow Rare Indeedee EX. This is going to be an insane tournament. If we take a look at the metagame here, we do see here that we have 73 Suicune Greninja decks. Like, this deck right here overall has the strongest potential in general in every tournament that has been going on since the last week of the year and the New Year's. We do have Hydreigon Mega Absol popping off. This actually won our last tournament, so you can't really sleep on Hydreigon Mega Absol. And Blaziken is also a deck to look out for because just overall, Blaziken is just a strong competitor. If you end up, high rolling with your Blaziken turn 2 rare candy, But welcome in. I want to say what's up to everybody. Welcome in Genie. Welcome in Pokemon Master 818. We have Raphael. Welcome in. We have King Naruto. We got SoFlo in here. Welcome in. Is the volume super low or are you just tripping? Because I see everything super high on my end. Chat, let me make sure. Is everything super low or is it super high? I'm gonna check right now. Is the volume super low or are you just tripping? First tournament next week is definitely the deck to beat. Okay, it's low. Starting at 3:15, which is. All right, chat. Give me 1 second, and I'm gonna make that fix. 1 second. All right, how about now? Are we in a more stable position when it comes to voice? I feel like everything should be a lot louder. Right? All right, let me double check. All right, how about now? Are we in a more stable position? I think we are in a good spot right now. Like everything should be a lot louder. I just don't want it to explode, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, I think we are in a good spot and we could get the tournament started. Let's go, SoFlo. Whenever you are ready, we could start the tournament and we could get round 1 up and running. Okay, so we have 171 tables, which is insane. So let's get this So this tournament, we have 342 people. 342 participants. We are going to get into the games right now. Hopefully, we could pop off and see something interesting. Alright, so right now I'm gonna try to pull up a match for you guys right now. Round 1 has definitely started. So as soon as we get something on, I definitely want to get something, a unique deck, right? Okay, we have an opponent searching each other. We do have a Mega Altaria Greninja. That's actually a pretty interesting first deck to spectate. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because we want to know if this deck really got pushed out of the metagame or not. You know, it's like one of those things. But right now, he is looking for his opponent. As soon as he can find his opponent, we shall get that started. Let me just make sure everybody, yeah, everybody's just searching each other. Yeah, the tournament just started, that's why. It's my first time also streaming on TikTok, so if you guys are on the TikTok side of things, welcome. I mean, not TikTok, X. Alright, so we do have a match. Where's my Discord? Alright, we have round 1. It does look like we are playing against Swininja versus Altaria Greninja. So this deck right here is, I mean, this matchup is pretty high level to begin with, right? Starting off with Chingling, going into Licia, getting into Swablu and another Chingling here, which is going to be kind of bad for the Greninja player, right? The reason being is they actually require this rare candy to pop off. But, you know, if they have the Frogadier, it shouldn't really matter too much. But, you know, they got the Indeedee, so this 10 HP really isn't going to do too much here. One thing I do want to mention, just overall, Swablu is kind of busted. Swablu is just one of those cards that just like steals games here and there. But there is a Rocky Helmet in play. So the Rocky Helmet in play is going to guarantee the knockout with the Chingling if he decides to attack with the one that's damaged. But at the same time, he could always switch into the other Chingling and start attacking. So he doesn't have to take the extra damage here. But the long-term effect of that, if he does get like the Greninja that could ping, those two Chinglings could definitely turn into free points here. But he is putting himself in a position where that's probably not really going to matter, because he's not going to be able to get the Greninja here. Altaria came out, has an energy already. It's going to be ready to attack here, and we're going to go into the Copycat to hopefully get something better. Are we going to find something that's going to, you know, help you out? You do need a Suicune here, but at the same time, like, I don't think that's going to be beneficial for you in the long term, because your opponent does have 190 HP on the board, and it does look like they are going to prioritize getting rid of the Indeedee, because there might be a potential Greninja EX. Greninja EX is super strong, right? You're just dealing 100 damage, and you have the Rocky Helmet, so that's like a guaranteed 2-hit KO on the what do you call it, Mega Altaria here. So that is one way they could definitely play around this. But we're gonna see the Copycat here. No bench room for Greninja, so I mean Froakie, so he does get the missing pieces in order to get that Greninja, but his board is super full, as we can see. So now it really just comes down to, does Akage have Greninja EX? If he has Greninja EX, it's going to be insane. Yo, all good, Boulder. You could play in the next one. I got you, bro. In the next one, we got you. But anyways, we do have the Greninja EX. This is actually something he really needed in order to come back in this game. So he's going to go swing for 100 right here, which is kind of crucial, right? It's putting him in a position where he has to retreat or get the second Altaria set up, right? So you know, it's either you put the Chingling and then, you know, let it just go, or try to draw into the Swablu. I mean, into the Altaria, right? You're really put in a tough situation here because you can't really just mindlessly attack into this. Now, I do want to bring this up. Like, this is exactly why this deck is just insane. Swininja. It's just Greninja EX just gives it so much power. The fact that you can swap in and use Suicune as a shield if needed. Froakie is just, you know, one of those great cards. I mean, Greninja EX. You guys know what I mean. But let's switch over here. Is going to find the Suicune EX so you can start building that as a potential attacker. But yo, this is insane. Going to get Mars. Is he going to get the Altaria that he needs? He does not. He does find a Pokeball here, but you know, the Mega Altaria isn't going to be able to do anything right now. So this is looking tough. The thing about the sleep here, right? It's going to be kind of useless because Greninja's ability is just gonna bypass that. So, you know, it's really coming down just to that, right? Suicune Greninja is just super strong, and you know, it's just one of those decks that's always gonna have that super high win rate at the end of the day. Doesn't matter. It wakes up and it's ready to attack. Good games. Alright, looks like matches are starting to finish. Let's see if we can spectate more. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are just finishing their matches. Hopefully we can find... Okay, so we have Charizard versus Charizard. That's kind of insane because both opponents have Charizard Y, Mega Charizard Y set up, but, you know, Body, the one that we're spectating, has the Charizard out on the field, making the aggressive moves here. So the problem is, it looks like the Hydro Shark's Charizard Mega Y does not have any energy on it, right? So the most it could do is be a big body, but it definitely cannot do anything. So that's just one thing that, you know, they're gonna have to deal with for now. So, but that being said, you know, it's in a tough spot because everything on his side of the field is gonna get one shot. So it does look like this game might go into body, which is he realized and just said, forget it. It is over. So let's go check out other people. Alright, hopefully Supreme is still playing his match. Alright, this looks like a Chingling player, but... Okay, we got a match, we got a match. Yo, what's going on, Highness? Alright, we're just waiting on this to load up. Trying to spectate everybody. It does look like everybody is kind of done with their matches, if we're being real. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go into the desktop right here, right? And let's just spectate what's going on. So going into the desktop, it does look like 135 matches out of 171 are completed. let's go actually get a better understanding on what's going on in the metagame right now. So we do have 71 Swin Ninjas, right? We have 49 Hydreigon Mega Absols. We got 25 Mega Blazikins, 20 Mega Altaria, and Greninja. This deck in the beginning of the format was one of those decks that became super, super popular, but at the same time, it started dwindling down, which, you know, other decks are like just, you know, Hydreigon and Suninja, the best two from Mega Rising, are reclaiming its, you know, throne. We do have 18 Magnezone Oricorios, which I feel like this is the one of the more optimal ways to play it. We have Mega Altaria and Indeedee, 18 of those. Surprisingly, 15 Mega Venusaurs. A lot of these people, you know, do get... I think this is a very RNG deck. But, you know, it is what it is. But we got 13 Decidueyes. So people are seeing more confidence with that. So it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. So let me see another deck. This deck right here is seeing a lot of popularity. We do have the Gyarados, right? The Gyarados is basically the one that just swings for, what do you call it? It just swings for Thrash. It's not Mega Gyarados, or it's not Gyarados EX at all as well. So let's see. You know, I'm kind of surprised. Give me one sec. I'm kind of surprised on the downfall of Dark Zone. Dark Zone has been like a very popular deck, right? To like hit the tournament scene as soon as it did hit. Just overall one of the greatest fall offs. But you know, I do feel like that deck is one of the best decks right now in the format to play. I'm just double checking if people on my Discord. We do have a lot of people streaming matches. Okay. Let me mute server deafen. Sorry. Okay, actually we do have a match here that is still going on. We do have Dark Zone. Speaking of Dark Zone, right? Dark Zone is a very strong deck. And then we do have some version of Crobat, right? Crobat and Nihilego. So, you know, right now it looks like it's the beginning of the match, right? Because the Darkrai EX does have one energy, but at the same time, you know, you had to waste one energy probably getting it out onto the field, you know, so you could retreat your Magnemite. Because the key here, you have to draw into your Magnemite in order to pop off. Wait a minute. Crobat EX hitting the field. I think this is the perfect storm for sneak attack here, right? And, you know, he's like checking out the art on that. I'm not gonna lie, the art looks kind of crazy. While this match is going on, let me say what's up to the chat. What's your prediction? What deck will win? Honestly, the decks to look out for is the Swinninja decks, but, you know, anything can really pop off with Decidueye, because Decidueye counters, you know, counters the Suicune matchup really, really well. And then you have Hydreigon. I just feel like Hydreigon might end up winning. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Dave, you're at the beginning of this tournament. We are on round number 1 with 342 people in this. OG Mega Altaria won Pocket Match. Yeah, that's kind of insane. You can't go wrong with Mega Altaria, Jirachi, and Indeedee, because like that Jirachi could just steal games anywhere. Yo, Sleepy Mew, I know Decidueye sucks to many decks, but if you get the right bracket, it's just gonna be one of those things that just pop off. Let's see. I think everybody is covered. But yeah, no, this is actually a surprising turnout for Crobat, right? Like, if he ends his turn, he's gonna take 30 damage. He doesn't even have to attack the Darkrai, because he has the 2 Nihilegos set up. Right now, what the opponent is threatening a Magnezone, and maybe he's trying to play over that, but at the same time, there is no Magnezone out here, right? So let's see if he has access in order to draw to that, because if he does, you know, he could probably potentially just change this game. And Drud? Wait, what are we cooking here? Drud? In 2026? Is this the return of Drud? Drud Magnezone? This ain't Dark Zone, guys. This is not Dark Zone. Sneak Attack is 1 point away from winning this game. We're going to go into Leaf, going into Drud. But the problem here, Drud has a 2 retreat cost. And you're not going to be able to, you know, retreat into it after it takes a hit by Crobat. And not only that, I think this is over. You're going to take 70 damage from Crobat, get poisoned, and then you're going to take 30 damage. So what's up, Logan? Bro, it is in 2024. Yo, that's what I was saying. Like, we are looking at a 2024-ish meta, which is kind of crazy. Again, for the people watching in X, welcome in. We are live on YouTube and Twitch. We do have most of our comments section there if you guys want to be a part of that. See if I can make it look a little better on your end while we wait for our opponent to do something. Now we have to see Mewtwo and Gardevoir. Yeah, bro. I feel like we're using old school. We are using old school Magnezone. But the problem here, right, with the old school Magnezone is he only has 3 attacks. Literally, only 3 attacks with this. So I don't know where you're gonna go, how far you're gonna make it with this, right? Reason being, because like, yeah, 160 is nice, but you're definitely going to be taking 100 damage in the next turn. Wait, what? The opponent disconnected? No shot. No shot. This is going to be a judge call for sure. This is going to be... I mean, it is in the rules, right? Holy shit. Oh, the opponent has the wrong list submitted. Okay. He has Snorlax listed, not Drud. Okay. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna let my judges handle that. I trust my judges in order to handle that. I believe that was the last match that was going on, right? Yeah, that was the last match that was probably going on. So right now, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a little dispute. I'll let them handle that real quick. I lost my first match like this with the wrong deck. Yeah, that is kind of crazy, but like, you know, gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention to what you're playing, man. Because if not, like, I mean, it is kind of stated in the rules. We can't go back on that, right? Yeah, it's a tough situation. I'm not going to lie, but it's just one of those things. It's just like, you know, everybody's already done with their matches. So, you know, it is what it is. Doing PR for Sneak. But anyways, we could actually start seeing what ended up winning. You know, we have a Oricorio Magnezone right here that won. Oh, Bestiari, he won. He won with Hydreigon. Let's see. We got a double game loss. crazy. A tie, I mean. We have Furfru, Mega Altaria popping off. That's another deck that's popping off. We have Swininja, another Altaria and Indeedee, which actually won Mads' tournament, which is insane. Magnezone Oricorio. We have another Indeedee, Indeedee Mega Altaria, Swininja again winning. So that's basically what we're seeing right now. A lot of the Altaria and Swininjas. I'm not seeing anything. Sleepy Mew actually won with Mega Blaziken. Shout out to Sleepy Mew, I see you. Let me see the chat on Twitch. Okay, yeah, they're talking. You guys are not ignored, Twitch. You guys are not ignored. But let's see. We have another Mega Altaria. We have a Jolteon and a Pikachu list. Let's take a quick peek at this. You know, you guys, I did a little bit like commentator's curse, where Jolteon EX, I said Jolteon EX is bad, and then it just pops off and just says, nah, we're still alive. We're here. At the beginning, granted, in the beginning of the meta, it was really good, but like in the middle, it kind of fell through. But I'm feeling like Mega Jolteon is starting to come back, just out of nowhere. It does play well into multiple decks, I'm not gonna lie. It did take down a Decidueye deck though, I will say that. Alright, round number 2 is up. Let me get you guys a feature match. Once I get you guys the feature match, we could get started. I think we can spectate here. So round number 2 is up. Good luck to everybody participating. Alright, it looks like everybody is looking for each other. Once everybody has an opponent, we will start streaming. Which we do have one right here. We have Jax versus Pika. Is that his name? Okay. So we have Orizone, which is playing against a potential Charizard. Wait, what the hell? Okay, we're seeing Rapidash. We're seeing Rapidash. Okay. Hey, you never know. They might cook here. They might cook. We have seen we have seen Rapidash pop off in other tournaments before, right? You never know. You never know. So we're gonna cape up the Magnemite, going into Professor's Research, draw 2 cards. Getting into that Magnezone is kind of nice here. They definitely have to find a way to Magnezone if they don't have it in hand already. So let's just find out if they could get access to that. But we're going into Magby here. The Magby is going to be very important in order to charge up the Rapidash. But does he have access to that for the future turns? We don't know yet. Or maybe he could just have another active Ponyta. Another Ponyta on the bench, right? Because this one has damage already. And that's the last thing you want, right? To accrue more damage. I mean, more damage on the one that's, you know, in the back. Okay, we're gonna get into the potion, which actually offsets some of the damage here. So the Rapidash doesn't come in, you know, really in a bad position, right? So one thing that the Rapidash player can do here, they do have access to Flame Patch. I'm not sure if they need 3 energy to attack or 2 energy, but you know, having access to that is going to be super strong for them. Yeah. So again, this is a open decklist tournament, right? Where your opponent does have access to, you know, look at the opponent's deck. So if you see them leaving the screen, it's potentially, you know, seeing what resources they have left in their deck, or if they played a wrong card or not. We could definitely spectate. It looks like this might be a quick match, depending on what happens. We got the Rapidash. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we gonna see the Flame Patch? Flame Patch is coming. Okay, maybe I was a hater in the beginning. Maybe I was just a hater in the beginning. But we got rid of a Magnemite and put some damage on the other one in the back. Hold up. But he's going to have to find an answer to take care of that Oricorio, right? That was kind of insane, I'm not gonna lie. Holy. Going to charge up the Magnezone here. I mean, Magneton, if we're talking about that. Yeah, that is the problem. How to answer Oricorio. I don't know what they're playing in their deck. They might have Torkoal for all we know. Or maybe another Rapidash that's, you know, we really don't know. Maybe they have access to Cyrus. But they already played, Oh, wait a minute. That's kind of crazy. Because now if he has access to, like, maybe like a regular Rapidash, you know, he could go that route, charge it up with Magby, the Ponyta. But like that Oricorio is definitely gonna be a big problem. And I do want to mention too is most people are not really gonna have that much matchup experience when it comes to facing Rapidash EX. So a lot of players could fumble here like unexpectedly. So could be huge here. Like he has no access to his main attackers. All he could do is 50 damage at a time. So there's a timer on the Rapidash right now, right? He is on a timer right now. He does have like 2 turns. But, you know, Jax does have access to cards like Cyrus. And, you know, even if you do end up retreating the Rapidash here, you know, he definitely is at a position where he could get knocked out by Oricorio. So that is one thing that's unfortunate for this Peekaboo or Pikalu. Nah, shoutouts for the Rapidash. I really was not expecting to see that today. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I mean, I think that's what they're going for, right? Some way to put maximum damage on the Oricorio and knock it out with a regular Rapidash, probably, potentially. His opponent left the match, but then again, we're going to get Cyrus, and he's going to win the matchup here. GG's. GG's, Jax. Okay, looks like he's still looking for his opponent. Okay, so we have a Mega Venusaur matchup versus a Melmetal here. This is kind of interesting, right? The Mega Venusaur has 0 points here, but has access to healing, right? He's gonna knock out the Melmetal here. I believe, yeah, he's gonna knock out the Melmetal here, which is kind of crucial, right? Because he has nothing on the bench that can revenge kill the Mega Venusaur. As we saw, his graveyard had a Lily already, right? And he ended up using another, you know, Pokemon Center Lady here. So we are healing for max value, but at the same time, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any damage onto this. And the advantage for Mega Venusaur, he's gonna be able to put him to sleep, poison, and you already got 2 points because, yeah, that Melmetal was EX, right? So it looks like we're gonna go all in into the Meltan here. But I don't see why you would stack the energy there because your opponent has, your opponent does have 2 points, right? and this Dialga needs a 2 retreat cost. Unless you play Leaf in the deck, you're kind of locked in, right? So you're basically 1 sleep from losing the game, and our opponent's actually using, there's X speed. Our opponent is using what do you call it, red card, to maximize on a copycat here. Maybe he's looking for some type of healing, but it might have helped him out here because he ended up giving him X speed. I think he desperately wanted to have another Pokemon on the bench just in case something were to happen. So let's see if he wakes up. He does wake up, but he has to switch right now. Okay, there's a Melmetal, but how much HP does it, I mean, how much energy does it need to attack? The point symbol is like kind of mixing it. I can't like look at it myself. Yeah, you're gonna have to retreat that Dialga if you want to survive. But the problem here is, no matter what you do, you're kind of in a bad situation. Venusaur is just overall a strong deck. Okay, Melmetal needs 3 energy to pop off here. But at the same time, you know, you have no way of attacking. This is the weakness of the Melmetal deck, right? Melton, Melmetal, whatever. Everything requires a high energy count in order to do successful attacks. And here we go with the heal maxing. The problem with the heal max here is you're not really gonna knock this you know, Mega Venusaur out. And we're in sleep. If he stays asleep again, it's over. He stays asleep, and that's going to be the game. Mega Venusaur is going to take this game. GG's. Because he's forced to stay there. Like, he's forced to stay there no matter what. No matter what happens. Yo, what's up? Yo, welcome into the YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is more lit for me. I don't know. But welcome into the YouTube side of things. Alright, let's swap over here. We have, so yesterday there was a big Pokemon regional which actually popped off, and a double Furfrou Hydreigon deck won that tournament. That being said, I believe this is the deck that he is piloting right now versus Indeedee Jirachi. I mean, Mega Altaria Indeedee, which overall this deck right here is super strong. It just won the other tournament, Mads tournament today, so I believe that's another reason why we're seeing popularity of that today. So we're having 2 tournament winning decks facing off each other in Swiss, which is actually pretty insane. Yo, Sleepy, are you streaming your matches? If you are, we could definitely give you a feature match. We could definitely give you a feature match. But yeah, no. It does look like he was able to find his Mega Altaria and get the first hit here. But the problem is, he did take 20 damage from that. And he's going to be able to attack with, what do you call it? Mega Absol. And Mega Absol is going to be able to rip a card from their hand. Now, they are in a Sabrina-ish like win condition here. They can Sabrina anything on the field and kind of win that way. Or, you know, he could just rip off the Sabrina right now. Like, we do have Cyrus, so no Sabrinas. It really depends on, he's gonna get rid of the Cyrus here. One of the things too is he's probably forced to retreat with the Mega Altaria because you can't really put any damage on the Mega Absol right now. So even if you were to Professor's Research to draw 2 cards here, you know, it's not looking pretty. Yeah, you healed for 20, but you're still gonna take 20 damage from attacking this Absol, and that's gonna be like the perfect KO ratio for you. But it does look like we're gonna go into the Indeedee. Indeedee is gonna do massive amount of damage here because his opponent has 2 energy, but you know, he can feel safe now. because there is no more Cyrus. He ripped off the Cyrus. So it really comes down to what's gonna happen here. It's kind of crazy. Don't mind me. I'm just like multitasking. Ah, I see. Oh shit, my bad, chat. My bad, chat. Kind of did a small blunder, but here we are. I'm just here trying to make sure the stream looks nice. But it does look like we're gonna go into the Mega Altaria because you could actually... Oh no, you got Cyruston, right? So you're gonna be put in a position where you have to, you know... You're gonna have to retreat that regardless of what you do. So it does look like we end up getting the win here because Ndidi just comes in and just swoops in and wins, steals the game. Ndidi still hits like a truck. That's one deck, one card you have to respect. So we got 4 minutes left on round number 2 is what appears. And it does look like everybody... Does look like everybody is all set, you know, with their matches, which means let's take a look at the desktop here, right? Yeah, we have 167 matches out of 173 completed. That being said, let's go into the metagame again. So right now, out of the 71 Swininjas, they have a 47% win rate, which is kind of crazy in this tournament. Hydreigon coming at 51% win rate. We do have a, what do you call it? Blaziken at 44 with the 25 of them in here. 66% win rate with only 18 Magnezone Oricorios. Does look like that this deck right here is going to be super successful in this stream right now. Let me see if there's anything else that has a high success rate. A Magnezone, just one Magnezone, 100% win rate. It's kind of crazy. But this is based on, like, you know, round number 1. Round number 2 just ended up happening. I'm thinking we're seeing the rise of Mega Absol and Greninja. Even though they always have consistent low numbers, they are definitely performing pretty well, right? The deck has a 77 win rate after round number 1. If we go into the pairings, into the standings, we can look at like some of the interesting decks that are winning, right? If we ignore for 1 minute, we're gonna ignore for 1 minute the number 1 decks. The meta decks, because we want to see like something interesting, right? We do have, you know, Decidueye here that's doing well. We do have a Charizard. We have a Blaziken that's doing well. Apparently, Magnezone Malamar? What? That's kind of crazy. They ended up taking a loss this round. So, but interesting deck just to see overall. We do have Mega Venusaur popping off with a win. We do have Lopunny and Magnezone. I forgot that was even a deck combination. We even have a Probass playing, winning their round number 1. Guzzlord won their match. We do have a Furmosa Magnezone. Hyperion? Okay, yo, I know Hyperion is around somewhere. He's like cooking up something. He's 2-0 with Magnezone, Furmosa, Celebi. Are we cooking here, chat? Are we cooking? This deck is actually popping off here. Hold up. Hyperion does have a win against Hydreigon Mega Absol and Crobat Absol, so we are looking at some interesting decks here. I'm telling you, I think pointing out like the most interesting decks is like super fun, especially in the beginning of the tournament, because you just never know what's gonna pop off here. Like, we do have a Mega Pidgeot just coming out of nowhere, playing Oricorio. Like, a lot of people forget that, you know, Pidgeot's a card. So, like, this deck could just come out of nowhere and start winning as well. So, gotta put some respect on them names. You have to put some respect on these decks' names. Alright, so if we go into the pairings, 172 out of 173 are still competing. So we could take a quick sneak peek on who's winning and who is not. Yeah, OG1 is winning. Looks like Momo switched off from Greninja Oricorio and came into the dark side of things, playing Mega Absol and Darkrai, which is kind of insane. It's a strong deck, guys. And I guarantee this is one of the decks that you're probably going to see in the rank ladder on January 9th, which is literally, we got like one more week, right? Literally, no. This Friday, rank comes back. Rank is back this Friday. Let's see. So, like, just... this is gonna be the exoskeleton. I'm definitely we'll bring this up later on in the tournament. Definitely gonna be the most popular way that, you know, most players are playing Hydreigon today. There are people playing the Furfrou version, which replaces Absol, I believe, and Indeedee to play. Yeah, I believe that's what they switch up in order to play the Furfrou. Or there's a Chingling version as well too. But, you know, overall, this is like Absol sniping the back row. I think this is the better way, in my opinion, because this is how you can force Cyrus plays into the follow-up turns when they knock out your regular Absol, and then you could just pull up with Hydreigon, and then, you know, just end up winning the games and stuff like that. Okay, it looks like the matches are all completed. It does look like we are going to move into round number 3 real soon. And as soon as we get that, we will start the round. Guys, who do you guys think is going to win this tournament? There are so many decks here. Also, if you guys are watching on the YouTube side of things, make sure to like, subscribe, and any other platform, hit me with that follow. But yeah. We're about to get... okay, round number 3 is up. Let's get some matches on the screen. And while we do that, I'm going to leave you guys with this screen so you guys can see what's popping off. So your name is Sleepy Mew. Let me see if I can find you in my... I hope your Discord name is the same. It'll be cool to spectate one of your matches. Alright, so people are definitely getting into the tables, looking for their opponents. As soon as we get a matchup, we will get a round streamed for you guys. Alright, looks like he's waiting for his opponent to check in. Actually, let's see if we can spectate more people. Oh, we might have found it. We might have found it. We got a Blaziken and Furfrou deck. Okay, we actually this is gonna be a nice match to spectate because this combination has been working really well in other tournaments. So like Furfrou, I feel like is one of those cards that is kind of splashable in the format, where you could kind of throw it, and you know, you could throw in Hydreigon, Mega Altaria, you could throw it anywhere, which is kind of insane. Let me just make sure people know that the next round is up. Actually, there might be a match going on here right now. Oh, we do have a match here. Let's go. We have Mega Blaziken versus Hydreigon, which, let's go. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. So we have a Chingling, right? This version of a Mega Blaziken has been popping off. The main reason is because they get to abuse Chingling and lock their opponent off, you know, Pokeballs, red cards, making them, you know, a little bit more safe to keep their large hands, so they could go into, you know, they could go into Blaziken a lot more safer. We haven't seen this combination in Mega Rising, right? Because everybody thought, you know, this combo might have just like slows you down, but at the same time, you know, it does seem in this format specifically, it's a little more productive. And it does look like we get the Dano with the Rocky helmet, which is going to put the Chingling at 10. So we're going to go straight into the copycat. Oh, wait a minute. Because that, out of 12 cards, he needs a rare candy. Do you think he's going to get the rare candy off the research? He's going to go for research or copycat? This is kind of crazy, because there is so many ways to get into it. We got Professor's research. He's going to go for it. Does he get the candy? He gets the candy. He is there. He is there, which is insane. You know, it's like one of those plays. You either go for it or whatever, right? Mega Blaziken coming out. Now, what is he going to do? Now, he has the option to swing with Chingling, right? It's going to get the knockout, but the safe thing about this play, right? His opponent's not going to be able... It's going to be guaranteed not to go into Mega Hydreigon, right? I mean, Hydreigon, not Mega Hydreigon. Hydreigon, right? It's probably going to be put in a situation where he has to retreat. But then again, you do not want to retreat into... Mega Absol or the Indeedee, because the Indeedee would be a definite KO. So, I mean, I feel like the smart play would be attacking here. But no, he's going to let him get into the to the Hydreigon here. So he's going to Pokeball and search for more answers. I feel like locking him out would have been kind of the safer play, right? Because if you locked him out and then you played Blaziken in the front, he would be in a position where he has to take damage on the Absol or the Indeedee. He's not going to stay there and just attack. That's how I see it, right? But then again, you know, that is a lot of cards in the hand right now. That is a lot of cards in the hand. See, you did give him the opportunity to evolve. But then again, you could knock it out, so it's kind of the same thing. But, you know, you do have like a shield here regardless at the end of the day. Okay, we're drawing into the red card, which he did not want to attack here, but it does look like this is actually insane, right? Because you got the Heatmore, Himor could definitely start attacking the bench here. As you guys saw, he does have access to get something in the back. So it's either we're going to have to turn on that ability as soon as possible. Let's see if the opponent, you know, realizes he has the Cyrus play or not. He's flexing it on the stream, as you guys already saw. That's kind of insane. Let's just see. He knows I'm spectating, so he's like flashing the Cyrus. There is a delay on the stream, so you know he is kind of safe with what he does here. And it looks like Cyrus is going to win Raphael the game. I'm telling you, this is the biggest comeback on, you know, Decidueye and Mega Blaziken. I know, like, the decks are very specific, but, you know, if they get the right, you know, the right rare candy moments, they just pop off. And here we go, going to attack for 140, making Mega Blaziken undefeated. Let's go into the next match. It looks like Hydreigon ended up winning this matchup. Okay, we have Swinninja versus Swinninja. I don't know what happened here. It kind of just flashed. Okay, we're back. Okay, Swinninja versus Swinninja. So if we're looking at the fields, right, we have the opponent that has Greninja EX. Greninja EX is like one of the more, you know, more dominant versions of Greninja out there right now, and you know, doesn't really rely on the field being here. While the other opponent has a full up healed, a set up Greninja EX themselves. Going to use the ability. Are they going to get enough time to swing here? No swing! That's insane. There is no time to swing there. Is going to go in for the Cyrus. Alright, this is BM. This is BM. But anyways, Cyrus coming in. Going to drop and get the win. It looks like Decidueye ended up winning this matchup. Yo, what's going on, Tomahawk? Welcome in. I'm down to what do you call it? I'm down to spectate your matches. Just let me know when you're live. Are you here? I haven't seen your name, I think. But anyways, hold up. We have a Mega Blaziken versus Mega Blaziken, but this version is playing Torchic, which is kind of interesting. What is Torchic up to? Hold up. Interesting. Going to go into rare candy, rare candy. He's thinking about it, right? The problem is you're going to come in with a Mega Blaziken that's going to be kind of damaged. And, you know, sure, the opposing Mega Blaziken here. We did get the retreat here because Heatmore is definitely going to be super useful in this matchup. They're kind of in the same situation here, where like whoever brings out the Mega Blaziken first loses, right? Or if Cyrus ends up coming out, you know, that's also another losing condition. But it does look like Mega Blaziken is going to come out first from the opponent on the other side of the screen. We do have Cyrus popping off here. He's going to get 140 damage off here. But here's the problem, right? He's not going to be able to swing because if he swings with Blaziken, he's just not going to be in a favorable position here. Plus, he's going to lose. He's not going to lose the extra fire damage here, right? The burn damage. But the problem is, what does he do now? Does he retreat and just wait, and then just gets knocked out by the 2 Heatmores, or does he bring out his Heatmore and start, you know, swinging on the other Pokemon, right? Because that Heatmore is not surviving anything. And if he does swing with Mega Blaziken at this moment, you know, Rocky Helmet is not going to put him in a favorable position regardless of what he does. $120 damage. He just goes for it because, you know, it is what it is. You're not in a winning position. You could force a draw here. That could be a potential win condition here. He could just retreat, but the Lily makes it so the draw condition is not like real. Alright, it does look like most people are done. Let me just keep spectating here. Yeah, it looks like most people are completed right now. So let me double check with the rounds right now. Yeah, there's only 4 matches going on right now. So that being said, we could transition into like, you know, just going over what the rounds are looking like. Right now we do have a Hydreigon player here, who's basically the highest rank right now, it looks like, because he was in table 1. He is playing the double Furfrou version, which this is a really, really strong version that you don't want to, you know, miss on. If we go back, we got Indeedee, OG. I'm gonna call this just OG Altaria. OG Altaria. All these names have like tongue twisters. It's crazy. We do have Mega, what do you call it? Mega Absol Greninja popping off as well. Again, Sylar is also popping off with this deck. A lot of the boat people are popping off. We have a Jolteon with Magnezone. Let's take a look at that. That's actually a interesting build. I mean, it is electric, right? So it fits in well into this deck. And, you know, it's kind of looking like the same situation where you could just slap a Magnezone in any deck. Just like you could slap Greninja. It's like one of those engines that work really, really good. Another Orizone popping off. Blaziken still popping off. This is another person. Let me see. We are seeing more of the Furfrou Chingling. Like, Chingling just makes sense right now to be like, it's on track on being, you know, the best, one of the best cards just out there, right, in the metagame. Because it locks your opponent from playing item cards, and that's actually very crucial. Like, if you have a card that's especially free to like lock your opponent out from playing a certain card in the game, a certain type, it's just like really broken. It's like something you can't really ignore, right? And then we have, you know, Swin Ninja right here. It does look like we're starting to play Misty now. I feel like they took out Irida, the second Irida, in order to get Misty. Because one thing you can't overlook is if you have a Suicune attacking turn 1, that's kind of busted. I'm not going to lie. If you have a Suicune attacking turn 1, that's insane. Like, people underestimate how strong that really could be, and people forget, you know, Misty's just a broken card. Misty could just come out of nowhere and win. We have Tomahawk here winning his match. He's 3-0 playing Mega Loponi EX with him on top and Lucario. This deck also is super strong, so that's something you can't like. I wouldn't say you could overlook because it's just like super powerful. The confusion factor, right? That's the one thing that really carries that deck, which is, you know, you gotta use your strengths. Next up, we have, you know, again, Mega Absol, Darkrai, and Chingling with Greninja. Just one of the strongest combos out there. This deck right here was born, I feel like, around the same time as Altaria and Greninja became a deck. So, you know, these versions, what I like about Mega Absol, they're very controllive, right? They're like a control anti-meta-ish type of deck. They just like control the field, like, you know, with Cyrus, Greninja, and ripping cards from people's hands, controlling the field with Darkrai pings as well on top of Greninja pings. So the deck overall just works beautifully together, and we are waiting on just one more match. If we go to the people who are 2-0, again, we do have Hydreigon, you know, at number 1. The first seed, second seed, we have Swinninja, and third seed, we have Magnezone Ori, and we can't look past, you know, Furfrou Altaria, because that deck is also a super strong contender. My English is not good, and the automatic translation's not helping. Damn, my bad. It's all good. We are an English stream, unfortunately. Misty's a broken card half the time. Yeah, I mean, once you get Misty up and running, it's just overall the best card. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's just like, if anything that ramps up energy for free, yeah, it is a flip card. It's just still really good. Just like, remember the Gyarados format, right? We had Gyarados popping off just because of that one card. That one card just makes everything, you know, pop off left and right, which is kind of crazy. Alright, we're gonna get the next round started pretty soon. We have 158 matches completed out of 158. So we are heading there. And if we take a quick peek, let's take a quick peek. If we go tournaments and we go to our tournament, we have 361 players in this event, which is kind of insane. All right, round number 4 is up. Let's go. Round number 4. So let me go in here and we can start finding you some high quality gameplay here. Well, I'll show you guys more of the standings after round 3. We do have 2 Decidueyes undefeated, by the way. 2 undefeated Decidueyes. We have 1 Blaziken on the 3rd seed, which is kind of crazy. Honestly, I would be happy if a Blaziken takes this. I'm not going to lie. Seeing a Blaziken pop off, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to see that. Let me see if I could find. We could look at Decidueye, but actually, we have a Blaziken deck. Let's go. Alright, so Blaziken is going to play maybe a Hydreigon. It looks like they're playing Giratina. Interesting. with a dark deck? Don't tell me this is Dark Tina in 2026. If we really are bringing Dark Tina into 2026, that's kind of crazy. You know that meme with the broken backpack? You know, let it go. I think it's like one of those moments. You gotta let it go at that point. You know. Giratina here putting some crazy. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I don't even know what what this deck is. So actually, we can find out. Give me a second. I'll let you guys know what he's playing. Pocket. Go to our tournaments. Our opponent is playing Dark Tina with Jolteon? Dark Tina Jolteon? He's 2-0. I mean, he's 2-1. 2-1. 2-1. Going into round number 4. It does look like this deck was able to be a Swinninja. It beat Swinninja. It lost to Mega Blaziken. It beat Mega Venusaur, and it's currently fighting. It's currently fighting a Blaziken deck right now. Tomahawk, I'll spectate you as well if we could find you. Wait, Tomahawk, are you streaming? I don't see your name, by the way. But anyways, we end up seeing the Furfrou here, but, you know, it's not looking good for you, right? Because it's not looking for the Blaziken, because the Darkrai here is just building up, and we haven't had a Torchic hit the field, and that's kind of putting you in a disadvantageous position here. You do need access to your Torchic in order to pop off. It looks like old school Dark Tina here is in a good position, right? They could just add the energy on, you know, the Giratina, swap out, and then go into Darkrai and swing in next turn. Because we all know the Dark Energy is going to go into the Darkrai this turn. Do you have the same Discord name? If you have the same Discord name, we could definitely get that Altaria matchup. So I could find you easier, or you could type your Discord name. Alright, so we have actually access to Leaf here. What are we going into? We're going into Eevee. The reason they're going into Eevee, they want access to Jolteon, but the problem is they're not playing anything. They're not playing anything that pops off with that. They don't have electric energy, right? I think they're just having Jolteon get knocked out. The game plan is to have Jolteon, you know, do 20 damage to everything on the board, and you know, Rocky Helmet's gonna do an additional 20. And then you got Darkrai Pings doing more 20 damage across the board. So I feel like that's what they're leaning more towards. But the problem in this matchup, you know, Blaziken does 140 damage. And, you know, you're going to need Giant Cape if you're going to want to get anywhere with this deck. Because as soon as a Blaziken hits the field, you know, you're kind of cooked. Because 100 damage coming from Darkrai isn't really going to do that much for you in the long term. It is a very creative deck. I will say that. I will say it is a very creative deck, but don't know if he's in a position where he could just pop off out of nowhere. You could just put one energy on Jolteon and then just swap it out. He could use, you know, Darkrai here in order to ping the Furfrou, and it'll be forced in a position where he cannot attack with Furfrou, because if he does attack with Furfrou, you know, you're going to take an extra 20 damage, and then you're kind of cooked. Yeah, this is the return of Dark Tina, but with Jolteon EX. So it does look like we're gonna go into the ping and probably end your turn here with a what do you call it? With a space low. You do have access to, you know, Giratina hitting for 130. Holy. Is this, we're witnessing the return of Dark Tina. This Dark Tina is 2-1 right now. It is 2-1. RIP, no. RIP. If I could give a theme song to any single Dark Tina player, this would be the theme song that I would give Dark Tina. But it looks like that Heatmore is going to put some pressure on the Darkrai in the back. It's going to try to force him out. Again, everything on his side of the field has damage, minus the Torchic. Now, right now, the Dark Tina player does not know if there's a potential, you know, what do you call it, a potential Blaziken coming out or not. We do have the hand covered, so, you know, we don't expose that for the opponent. But then again, you know, Darkrai just comes in and could potentially sweep everything, right? Because if he comes in, he could attack the Heatmore, gets the free point. The opponent's going to be in a weird position where they're probably going to have to send out Furfrou or Chingling, right? And then, you know, either of those get knocked out with one ping if he doesn't have access to Blaziken. Now, there's just so many different other things, you know, going on here. Because the opponent doesn't have access right now to points. And he has a Giratina that could start swinging for 130. Which has a Rocky Helmet. So it really comes down to, does he have access to Blaziken? He needs the rare candy and a Blaziken. Does he get it? Oh my god, that was so close. This is crazy. He really needed this Blaziken in order to pop off this turn, because if he had that Blaziken, you know, he could force, you know, the knockout on Darkrai, and then basically start knocking out everything on his side of the field. But right now, the best play in order not to lose here is to definitely pray for the rare candy top deck. Now we're going in for a red card, right? Why? Because if he red cards, I mean, if he Cyruses anything on the board, he automatically wins the game. I thought that was a Cyrus for a minute. I'm telling you, Cyrus could win the game because you could get pinged, and then you attack anything on the board for 80, and then that wins you the game. Which, it does look like he doesn't have access to Cyrus, which is huge. He's only going to be able to knock out one of the Torchics. Maybe he had it in the you know, the other 4-card hand. Maybe that actually did matter. 2 points. Can we get the top deck rare candy? Rocky Helmet. Unfortunately, that's how the cookie crumbles. Good games, good games. Dark Tina actually took a match. Damn, this was Blaziken versus Altaria. Try to get you guys a quick match. Looks like he's waiting for his opponent. Or maybe he won.
Eric, we actually just finished my game.
Oh, it's all good. Alright, I'll spectate someone else. Thank you, I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, we have the Melmetal player here, right? The Melmetal player. We got the Cyrus coming in from the Swin Ninja player. Gonna get the KO real quick on the Dialga here, which is huge, but you can't ignore that he's gonna get 150 damage with this Melmetal. Wait, what? Hold on. He decides to lead out with Indeedee. Oh, this is the main reason you don't want to lose to Cyrus, which is actually really optimal for him right now. Damn, you're only going to be able to do 140 here. I mean, 100 and whatever. 50, it looks like. But he gets to get the free retreat, which is actually pretty big. Pretty sure that's 150 if my math is not off. But then again, this one Ninja player is in a very drastic position here, right? He could... the only Pokemon he could use to attack right now is the... Oh, wait a minute. Do we have the Cyrus? Cyrus is going to end up winning the game regardless because it is both at 3 points. We almost had him win. It's kind of crazy. All right. I think it's starting to look like most players should have their matches already all set. Wait a minute. Do we have a... Is this correct? A Charmander? Nah, this can't be correct. This can't be a tournament match, right? Charmander and Incineroar? I must be tripping. Okay, so we could step out here and take a quick look. If we refresh, give me 1 second. Okay, let's go into the pairings. We have 139 matches out of 147. Let me make sure again. Everybody on Discord is still playing. Trying to make sure we could find a match. There is 5 minutes left in the round, by the way. Zard and Incineroar. We could spectate Zard and Incineroar for a little bit. Oh no, this guy's probably playing his missions. That this guy's playing his missions. He's playing his missions probably. We see a Growlithe, bro. Yeah, he's playing his missions. Alright, so we do have a 4-0 Blaziken. And this is the wave. 4-0 Blaziken. Damn, you lost to Jolteon? That's insane. Let me just check something real quick for you guys. Just so everybody is aware of the schedule is going to be 7 rounds of Swiss, top 8. It's going to be top 60, top cut is going to be top 64, and then we got grand finals. So that's going to be how everything is going to play out. So yeah, 7 rounds, best of 1 Swiss into top 64, best of 3, and then we're going to move on to, you know, the grand finals and all that fun stuff. Let me see if the Decidueyes are still winning. Yeah, we have an undefeated. Yo, I'm telling you, this is the perfect storm for Decidueye. They destroy Oricorio. They destroy Suninja. This guy is like living the life right now. Decidueye is pretty good. Are we seeing the age of Decidueye? See, one is just playing straight up Decidueye with a quick grow, right? Which the other one is playing Chingling. Am I correct? Yeah, we're playing Chingling, no quick grow extract, because it doesn't look like the deck doesn't really need it. Like, I feel like if you're gonna play quick grow extract, right, it would be more beneficial to play it in a deck like Whimsicott, where it's a one-stage evolution. When it's a two-stage evolution and you're only playing one Dartrix, right, the ratios, like, it becomes a dead card once you evolve. I mean, it doesn't become a dead card, right? Even if you evolve with Dartrix, you're still put in a weird position. Yeah, it searches it out from your deck, but stage 1 is better, because if you see the Ariadoses popping off from the deck to the field, that's another way of seeing it. So let's take a look. This deck is actually was 3-0. Is it still? Right now it's 3-1, and this is a Moose's deck right here. We do have Sylve Valley, Mega Altaria. Who would have known? Who would have known this deck would pop off, right? Last week we ended up seeing a Lopunny Sylve Valley deck that actually started popping off, and now we're seeing a combination with Mega Altaria. There's definitely a lot of this different Sylve Valley decks popping up. I feel like we're in that point in the format where people just really want to do high damage for low maintenance, which, I mean, you know, Sylve Valley is just a very consistent card, right? It's very splashable, and you could search it with, what do you call it? Gladion, right? Gladion is going to get you to your Sylve Valley as soon as possible as well. Our Venusaur is undefeated. Venusaur ended up losing right now to Mega Absol and Greninja, unfortunately. We're waiting on one more match in order to advance into the next. So that's just a heads up for y'all. Damn, that's crazy. We're already heading into round number 5. We have 15 seconds left in the round 2. Okay. We are in timeout. What people are who are we waiting on? Don't know what we're waiting on, honestly. I'm gonna keep it real. There is one matchup that's not reported, though. Trying to spot that right now. See if I could get that information for you guys right now. Oh, it's this right here. We have a Dark Zone, right? A Spinda Mega Absol. What are they playing against? They're playing against what do you call it? Mega Absol Greninja. Can we go back and take a quick peek at this? They're playing against a Spinda. What's this card do? Both active Pokemon are now confused for 30 damage. Guys, I don't know. Is this the next tech? Oh, you could hide? You could filter that? Oh, man. Alright, alright. Yo, you are the GOAT, Tomahawk. You are the GOAT. See, we learn something every single day. We get to see who's still playing their match. Alright, cool. That's actually pretty clutch. I'm not gonna cap. I've been doing this the hard way all this time, and you know, it is what it is. You said you ended up losing, Tomahawk? You were 3-0. What'd you lose to? Oh, you lost to Jolteon. Jolteon is very strong. This deck is pretty strong. Like, overall, you can't sleep on this deck because it just pops off out of nowhere. It could just pop off out of nowhere and just capitalize on its wins. Mega Steelix. I mean, this Gyarados deck was undefeated. It just lost. This is a very popular deck. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I do see a lot of success with this deck. I understand the power. But I don't know. It might just be me. But it doesn't work. It does not work. It's not for me. Imagine losing. Losing to what, though? That is the question. Now let's go into the pairings. We have the next round popping off. Let's go. But yo, what's going on, Sek? You alive or you dead? Let me see if we could get you guys some high quality gameplay here. I do want to get you guys another Blaziken deck because Blaziken has been popping off today. Blaziken has been popping off. Actually, no. Let's get Tomahawk. Tomahawk has been popping off with the Baneri deck. With Lopunny. He's searching for his opponent. So, I got you guys. As soon as he has his matchup. And then we got Blaziken versus Suicune right now as well. Damn, we got so many good matches. Ah, damn. Let me see. I do want to see the Blaziken and Suicune, even though, like, you know, Blaziken does have a winning matchup. Hey, whoever starts their match first, that's who we're gonna go with. No, I know you're waiting. I'm here spectating. So yeah, right now we are currently spectating Tomahawk, trying to connect with his opponent. As soon as we could get one of the matches started, that would be super great. Again, he is 3-1. Okay, you're Kid Goku. I'll go to you right after this match. Gotcha. Next up, we got him on top and Riolu start. How interesting. They are playing against, what do you call it? Blaziken. Which, you know, Blaziken is seeing a rise. Yo, not to go crazy, I made a Blaziken video and I made a Decidueye earlier this week, which is insane. And then these two decks start popping off. I made deck profiles on this and gameplay, and then now they're being successful in tournaments all weekend long. All I'm saying, did we call it or not? Did we call it or not? Gonna hit him with the Sabrina. It's kind of gonna hurt, right? because he's going to be in a position where Hitmontop isn't going to be able to capitalize. But it doesn't matter because he doesn't have a bench. And not only that, we do have access to X speed, which is going to allow him to put Hitmontop and start swinging. Blaziken is actually heat, especially against Mega Absol decks. Nah, for sure. Like, the thing is, too, you know, let's just go over the meta, right? We had a lot of Alterias, so Swinninja came in because Swinninja farms that deck. We have a lot of Swinninjas here. We're starting to see the rise of Hydreigon, and then, you know, once you see the rise of Hydreigon and, you know, Mega Absol variant, you do see the rise of Blaziken. So it's kind of like a circle of life type of thing, you know, where like you gotta gauge where, like, you know, what deck is popular and what's being used most of the time. So you have to be able to pivot from deck to deck in order to pop off. No shot. You got on curve Mega Blaziken. These 20 points of damage might as well just be 0 here. Might as well just be 0. It looks like he's looking potentially for another fire type. Something to bench, you know. But we're going to get a Rocky Helmet. And not sure what we're going to be doing here. There's 10 seconds left on the clock here. Probably just going to end your turn. Or let the timer go down? Yeah, let the timer go down. Let's see what Tomahawk can pivot, right? He has access to May, so he could get, you know, start building Binary here. And the Lopunny, which is actually insane. They needed both of these cards to pop off. Gonna get the Binary out on the field. Give the energy to Binary. Get the Lucario on the board, which is a pivotal card for your you know, damage output. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. What's gonna happen here? Are we gonna have Mega Blaziken just pop off, or, you know, there's just a lot going on in this scenario. Yo, what's going on, Nuno? Welcome into the stream. Alright. So in this situation right now, you know, you do have access to Mega Lopunny coming out. So, you know, this could be a coin flip situation here. I'm not going to lie. He could just full send here. What if he gets double heads? Gets double heads, you win the game. Regardless, he is in a situation where he's probably going to have to retreat the Mega Blaziken regardless of what happens here. So we got the Mega Lopunny coming out on the field, going to swing with an extra boosted 20 damage. Gets the double heads, and it's going to get the knockout. And moving on to the next round. This is how crazy this deck can get. Good games, good games. Yes, we did, Nuno. We did end up breaking another record, but we do have a Mega Blaziken versus Swinninja here, which is gonna be insane, right? This is going to be the brand new version of Blaziken, right? That's playing the Chingling and the Furfrus. So, you know, with the one Heatmore that could attack on the bench, this is kind of basically a reverse copy, kind of the Hydreigon deck. Minus, you gotta play the rare candy for your Mega Pokemon, right? So you don't run the Hydreigon, but at the same time, it's just super strong. It's just super strong for stalling, right? You could stall out for Blaziken with Chingling and a Furfru, and then once you get the Mega Blaziken, you could just start popping off. But GG's, Tomahawk. It looks like we're going to get to concede from the Swinninja player. And looks like Kid Goku is going to move on. All right, next up, give me 1 second. All right, next up we have a Hydreigon versus Swininja here. This looks like it's really, really strong. Like a really good meta deck. Two meta decks fighting it out, right? Let me see. Yeah, okay. He's thinking of what card to get rid of. It does look like he is gonna get rid of the Irida, right? Because Cyrus is not a card that's gonna win him the game right now. Also, he has both of his Greninjas in the back. Really can't do anything. He should have got rid of the Cyrus. Wow. That's 120 on the board. That was maybe a misplay right there. We just got into this game, and we saw him ditch Irida, which was kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Never mind. Okay, we got another victory for Mega Blaziken. I'm telling you, Mega Blaziken is probably gonna win this tournament. This is looking heavily like a Mega Blaziken tournament. Alright, so a lot of people are definitely completing their matches here. Okay, so we have a Crobat. That Crobat player is playing against Orizone again. Hopefully he doesn't leave. Hopefully he doesn't leave like last time. But it doesn't look like he has any access to attack. Well, he has Nihilego, right? Nihilego could just win him the game. So right now, Jax is in a very tough position, right? He's facing against a Crobat that has 70 HP. He can't really pivot out into the Ori in the back. Maybe putting the Giant Cape on the Oricorio in the front would have been the right play here. But, well, I mean, he's doing 80 damage, right? 50 and then minus 30, right? That's going to win him the game regardless. Because you get poisoned after Nihilego attacks. I'm just going to place the Poison Barb. Yeah, it's kind of cooked for Jax here. But then again, it is tournament. Okay, now that's just BM. I'd say that's just BM. Because, I mean, he's already in a winning position here. Already has 2 points. And this is going to be 50 minus 30 because of the poison stack. And that's it. Oh, that's 30. Never mind. Never mind. It's not BM. It's not BM. Ignore me. Ignore me. Ignore me. Waiting for his answers. He didn't get what he needed. And it is cooked. Trying to see if we could spectate Supreme, but his screen is just straight up black. Alright. Actually, this is a good segue because we do have a 123 out of 125 matches completed. Yo, we have Majin Gengar here. Undefeated with Swininja. Now, I'll just give you guys a quick little info on Majin Gengar. He was the first person to win our tournament when we first started the organization. So, shoutouts to that. Akage is undefeated as well. And he played a variety of versions of decks. He's popping off as well. We do have OG Altaria popping off. Okarun is popping off with, what do you call it? Hydreigon. Diego is popping off with another Silvally. Hold on. Silvally This might be a cook. This might be a cook. This deck right here is popping off right now in our tournament. I definitely want to get gameplay from this, because like I feel like we're in a situation where Sylvally is definitely becoming a splashable card. We got the Decidueye deck still undefeated. There's so many good decks right now in round number 5 that's actually performing really well in the metagame right now. Honestly, this Jolteon deck, are they still undefeated? Nah, the Jolteon deck ended up losing, but this is kind of crazy. This Jolteon player alone just ended up getting 3 Mega Blazikens in a row. At least I defeated Blaziken. That's crazy. Yeah, Venus sucks. I'm cooked. Good luck, everybody else. Maybe we will play Tomahawk. Yo, if you guys play, that would be hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, because both of you guys are just chilling in chat. There's a lot of decks that are popping off. Is Hyperion popping off? He just ended up losing his match against, what do you call it, Hydreigon. Not to mention, he probably has a good matchup because he has a Pheromosa that does, you know, good amount of damage, and Celebi that could literally steal a game here. Holy cook! That's all I'm gonna say. That deck is kind of the most unexpected thing. I would have never expected to see that. But we are going to head into round number 6 pretty soon. It does look like all the matches are completed right now, so shout outs to everybody. Dark Tina player here almost beat the Swin Ninja last round, but you only got Giratina on the board. Yo, bro, shout outs to you bringing Dark Tina. I was there when you who did you beat? You beat Mew. What was Mew playing? He was playing Blaziken, and I looked at your matchup, bro. You ended up playing against another Swin Ninja. You beat Swin Ninja round 1 with Dark Tina. That's kind of crazy. Well, Dark Tina... Does Dark Tina? Yeah, Dark Tina has a good matchup against Suicune. Another Decidueye undefeated. What is happening? Yo, this format is kind of crazy. I feel like we're still kind of in the wild west, which I kind of like, right? The format is still shaping up, because you gotta think that like rank is coming out pretty soon, like this Friday. So, you know, a lot can happen within this 1 week. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna check on everything. Alright, so, sorry about that. Just double check everything is all set here. Alright, sorry about that. So just making sure everything is running smoothly here. We do have all matches completed. We're just waiting. Alright, let's take a quick peek. Could look at the win rates from the last round as well too. Let's see what has the highest win rate. I could be tripping, but like Decidueye with 13 players has 64 win rates percent win rate right now. And if we look at 65% win rate with Darkrai Mega Absol, which variant is this? This variant is playing with the Spinda. What's his record? Spinda player is popping off. Hold up. Let me find out. Alright, round number 6 is up. Let's go and keep spectating here. I'm going to try to get you guys a competitive match. So it does look like people are trying to match up with each other. So as soon as everybody gets matched up, since the round just went up, we'll get you guys some matches. Oh, both undefeated? Is that your name on Discord right now? So we're gonna have a Decidueye versus Decidueye. That's kind of crazy. Let's get a Decidueye. Undefeated Decidueyes fighting each other right now. I got you guys right now. This is going to be Decidueye versus Decidueye. I believe it's going to be a Chingling version versus a non-Chingling version, which is going to be the old version. Let's find out which version is going to be a little bit more superior. I do feel like the one that plays Chingling will win this matchup. Only reason being is because when you pop off with Chingling against your opponent that relies on cards like Rare Candy or even a Quick Row, it could be very devastating. But it does look like we are heading into a Decidueye versus Decidueye. This is a undefeated matchup. So right now, it looks like we're just going to get 10 damage and 10 damage in. But he has a Giant Cape. Giant Cape is going to be super huge here. It does look like the first Decidueye to come out is going to be on this side of the field. Which he can't really do much, but just like end his turn. So if Bounty Hunter could definitely get his Decidueye, I mean, out on the field right now, it's kind of game over. Because it really comes down to whose Decidueye could attack first. Whose Decidueye is going to be able to get the most damage on the board. And we're going to go into Dartrix. The problem here is, what do you call it? The Decidueye in the front isn't going to do enough damage to knock out any of those Dartrix. But Quick Row Extract for the back row. We're playing 2 Dartrix, which makes Quick Row Extract a little bit better. So we got Double Grass Energy, going to swing for 20. If we see Decidueye EX, it could be cooked if there is no healing card. But, you know, that's just that 50-50 chance we gotta, you know, take. Erica is going to come into play so we could get the full 50 healing. And then I wonder who he's going to go for. Is he going to go for the one in the back or is he going to go for the one in the front? Going to attack the Decidueye, Dartrix in the front. So now if he has Decidueye EX, right, he's going to be at 120 HP, I believe. 130 HP, which is going to be outpacing him drastically. But one thing I will mention, he is kind of safe with the Rowlet in the back. Not really. Now he could just retreat and grab the other Decidueye and start swinging. So it really comes down to what can he really do in this next play. Also, that copycat was very vital to his gameplay, right? Because he's going to be able to, you know, look for more healing cards. Now, he's in this situation where, you know, Dartrix definitely has to hit the field here, right? Now, if you could get your Decidueye EX, you could potentially win this game. But, you know, it's just a bunch of, like, what-ifs right now scenario. There are 10 cards left in the deck, and it does look like we're going to go in for the attack on Decidueye EX. Not going to lie, both of these players did have access to their Decidueyes quickly. Also, that Giant Cape really mattered. Lily coming out, going back up to 120, which is kind of crucial, right? Because even if he does get the Decidueye EX here, right, he's going to be able to swing. He's going to only swing for, what, 100 damage here, and then he's going to take 80 damage. So this is going to be a crazy situation here. But I do feel like this might be the smarter play, because right now he could just get the free knockout here. And then, I mean, he could do Pierce the Pain on the other one. But he wants to put, like, as much damage as he can on the, you know, Decidueye in the front. He needs, like, a healing card. He just auto top-decked the Decidueye, but he's going to go with Quick Grow in order to thin out his deck here. Thinning out your deck is very important. Going in for the copycat because you have to find your healing cards. If you don't have your healing cards, you're kind of in a tough situation. But you do have Rocky Helmet. You don't see a lot of players playing Rocky Helmet nowadays. But, you know, it's definitely a card that can steal games. Now, he is in a position where he can't attack with the Decidueye in the back unless he has healing. Which I thought that might have been healing, but definitely not the healing that he needed. Double Lily is kind of crazy here, but now he could actually retreat and attack for 80 damage. You definitely want to maximize the amount of damage that you are putting on the opposing Decidueye right now. So, you know, even if it's by 10 points, it's very important here. Because now he only has 90 HP. And he needs 2 turns in order to knock out the opposing Decidueye. So right now, he doesn't even have access to healing cards. So he's going to Copycat to search for healing cards, because that's what he needs. And he's not having any luck when it comes to healing cards. Going to go for Pierce the Pain here. This is well played by both players right now, given the circumstances that they're in. He has to top deck Lily right now if he wants to stay in. Oh, wait a minute. That actually just got spoken into existence here, because Bounty Hunter is not going to have enough damage to win this game, and it is good games right here. The other Decidueye ended up winning. See how quickly things turn around? Things turn around really fast. Blaziken just ended up losing, unfortunately. Let's actually see if we could spectate other matches here. Oh my god, this is looking a little cooked right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna put you guys through this slideshow, but it is the Gyarados deck. Actually, you guys could kind of see, right? Yo, what's up, Mr. Flo? Oh, you're starting your match? Oh, no, you finished your match. Oh, actually, everything just came back into HD. Okay. So we are able to get rid of 2 Pokemon on the bench in order to do maximum amount of damage onto the on the Mega Absol here. So you definitely need to get that. You definitely need to get that Arceus Cyrus maybe in order to win this game. But you're gonna do 130 damage on the Gyarados, so that's gonna be kind of crazy. I don't think this is the correct one, though. Alright, so Magikarp ends up getting draw. There is basically just 1 point difference right now. (5-2) if you have good tiebreakers, yeah, you can make it into top 64. Alright. So Hydreigon here is popping off with 10 HP left. I really don't know what happened. I just kind of looked away and I mean, he's not going to have... He's slow building here, right? He just put 1 energy. So he really can't do anything here but retreat into the Mega Absol. And he definitely needs to have a bench in order to attack here. Do any significant damage, which I don't think he's going to be able to. Alright. So it's going to be GG's for Frape. Fraps is gonna take this round, it looks like. That was so lucky for the water deck. Yeah, nah. Water did actually end up popping off before, but the Licia is gonna get knocked out here. He has no cards to work with. It only does plus 20 for each, right? Or am I tripping? Yeah. Good games, good games. Alright, let's see what's going on in the stream here. So we got 100 matches out of 107 completed. 1 second. Alright, so sorry about that. Okay, so Bounty Hunter is the one that was just playing against the undefeated, right? So this is the deck list if you guys are interested. You know, it really came down to who was like the luckier player. He is playing 1 regular Decidueye and 2 Decidueye EX. So the double Dartrix is kind of huge, I'm not going to lie. So we're going to go back, and then we're going to go into the other player that was not this one. Let me see if I could find his Decidueye. Because I know it was the Brazilian player, right? He played against this version of Decidueye, which is playing the old school version of 2-2 Decidueyes and 1 Dartrix. This one also ended up popping off and winning. You know, you are playing double Lily because that 10 extra, you know, healing does matter. Definitely, for sure. And then let's keep looking at the other decks. I'm surprised that this deck is still popping off. Oh no, I ended up losing 2 times in a row. They do still have a chance to make it into the top cut, so let's see. We do have the Silvally type no, just popping off, still popping off. This guy undefeated. This guy is definitely still undefeated with Silvally and Mega Altaria, so that's a deck you have to keep an eye on. Just make sure if I go into here. Do we currently have players still playing their match? Okay, we do have a match going on. Okay, so here it does look like we end up having Dugs is actually playing their match. They are playing Swinin. No, they're playing Mega Absol. I could be tripping here. There is a what do you call it? Mega Absol Oricorio versus Chingling. Mega Absol and Greninja. So right now he is 4-2. Oh no, this is probably like a fun matchup. Let me just go back. They look like they're just playing a fun match. Let me see if I could find something else. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are still completed. Give me 1 second, chat. Sorry about that. We're gonna get started with round number 7 here. We are 1 away from top cut. Again, I want to advertise the details of this tournament was always listed as is. 7 rounds of Swiss, top 64, and then from top 64, to grand finals. So nothing has changed from the format that we have been advertising since the beginning. So I do want to make that clear that everybody here, it is 7 rounds of Swiss, best of 1, top 64 players advance into 5 rounds, which is basically top 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, and then grand finals. All right, last round is up, guys. We're going to spectate more people. We could spectate the Decidueye player. Oh, I'm over here doxing their conversation, but it looks like they might tie. They have no reason to play it out. All right, good luck to everybody participating. Let's find maybe the Blaziken. Oh no, we could probably spectate. Yeah. We do have Absol actually versus Blaziken, which is going to be a good matchup to spectate here. Alright, so the Furfrou lead is going to be super strong. But then again, drawing into the Chingling when it comes to the Pokeball. Now, the thing is, if you go into the Chingling and swing, yes, you could prevent the rare candy into the Hydreigon, but you're guaranteed to lose the Chingling here. But you definitely just swing in for Furfrou at the situation and pray there is no Hydreigon. But if Luna does pop off with a Hydreigon, it is all over from here. Because that 20 damage is not doing anything right now. Rare candy pops off. And yeah, no, I don't think there's a way you come back from this, right? You're gonna get copycatted, giving them 4 cards to work with, and not only that, you don't have access to Torchic on the board yet, because if they did, they would have put that out. And this deck, you really need to set up that Torchic as fast as possible. If not, you are in a losing situation. Gonna go in for the Rocky Helmet, trying to prevent potentially your opponent from playing copycat. So that's another thing. You don't want to keep a full hand at all times. So Chingling is coming out on the board, drawing a card, drawing into research here. This is a tough situation because you could definitely come out of this if you end up drawing your Torchic, because you definitely need Torchic on the board. You do need access to a Blaziken, so let's see what Kid Goku does. Research. Getting the Mei into Torchic. This is actually huge right here, because you know, if they do have access into getting something like Rare Candy, they could pop off and make the reverse sweep, you know, come back. So we can't put Blaziken out yet because Hydreigon is taking damage from itself in order to attack, already in a position to get knocked out by you know, Blaziken if it hits the field this game. But Luna searching for the other Hydreigon potentially, which you do need to get access to, you know, either the second evolution or get access to the rare candy. So it really comes down to what happens during this turn. Actually, going to retreat, have a safer play, have the Chingling attack here, which is actually the better play, right? So you're going to knock out the Chingling. Your opponent's not going to be able to rare candy, and this is going to guarantee you the game, right? You need that rare candy in order to proceed this game state, and you have, you know, your opponent has 2 points, and there's not really anything you could do here right now. So this is actually a W play for Luna. GG's. Damn. That's rough. I'm not gonna lie. I love fire types. That's rough. Cause like even if you Sabrina here, like, you know, you pull the Hydreigon and, you know, Hydreigon pops off. So, or you could just pop off with, you know, Mega Absol. Good games, good games. Okay, so here we have Swinninja versus Swinninja. So we have actually one Greninja EX popping off on the other side of the field with the just a pure Suicune board in the what do you call it? Blockheads. That's their name. The Japanese player is gonna get Mars down to 1 card, but I don't think it really matters at this point because actually it kind of does, right? You're not gonna be able to knock out this Suicune with the cape. The only thing you could do right now is potentially swap into Suicune yourself and, you know, potentially do 80 damage or more. But it's looking tough, right? Because you got Mars down to 1 card. And not only that, we did see the opponent draw into Cyrus. And even if you do the shift here, you know, you're probably going to lose the Cyrus. But no, he's just going to go in for the attack. It doesn't even matter. So right now, he's in a situation where he either has to find his own Greninja EX or, you know, he's not gonna really fish for it. It looks like we're just gonna heal to 120. So you know, you can't get the revenge kill. I mean, there is a potential to get revenge killed if no. I mean, you could get the revenge kill here if you swap. If you end up getting 3 more Pokemon on the board, right? But, you know, the odds of that happening with 2 cards left in your hand, it's not looking so great. I just went from 0-2 to 5-2. Let's go. I love to hear those statistics. I believe 5-2 gets you into that top 64. It's definitely a Suicune versus Suicune situation here, but the advantage, the opponent has Greninjas out, and you know he has field advantage right now, so like he can really pop off whenever he wants. But the problem for the opponent, he can't really do much damage here. Like even a Greninja could just win the game, like a regular Greninja. Just keep pinging and, you know, attack for 80. I mean, attack for 100, right? Because you have the other Greninja in your hand. There's just, like, no way of coming back from this, you know? So it does look like the Magnezone player ended up winning their match. This guy ended up winning his match, the Decidueye player. Yeah, it looks like everybody has potentially just completed their matches. $75 matches out of... Let me see if we can find one more match for you. Give me 1 second. All right, so no, I thought they were playing. All right, hold on. Okay, it looks like most people are already, you know, all set when it comes to their matches. Like people that are streaming matches, so alright, so let's go into the desktop and give me 1 second. I will be right back while you guys spectate this. Alright, we are back. Give me 1 second while I pull up what's going on here with the pairings. We have 89 matches out of 95 completed. Give me a second, I'll turn on the camera in a few. Again, top 64 is coming up next. So we're going to have the best of 3. It's no longer going to be the best of 1. We're going to get high competitive matches here. So congratulations to everybody that makes it. Lost to Swininja by a margin. Couldn't make it. Damn, that's unfortunate. Which version of Decidueye were you playing? I forget. There's so many players. Tomahawk is 6-1. Okay, we're back. So that being said, 91 matches out of 95, 92 now. So this is good. We're just waiting on a few, and then afterwards, we're gonna have to get the interesting decks out here. Telling you, this is my favorite deck right now. The Altaria Silvally is insane. One for sure. I'm gonna have people that move into the Top Cut stream, because yeah, we definitely need to get we definitely need to get this deck out here because it's fire. I mean, playing this version, there's the Lopunny Silvally deck that actually popped off as well too. The fact that we're starting to see some Silvally get mixed into multiple decks is really interesting thing here. Supporter cards are seeing more play because, like, Chingling, you know, Chingling is a real threat, and you know, they're forcing players to switch out of item cards, which that's another reason why we could potentially be seeing the Silvally pop off, you know. Oh, you're the Darktina guy. My fault. I thought you were the Decidueye. I mean, to me, what it sounds like, the Giratina, right? You sound like you're putting... It sounds like you're putting Jolteon there just to get knocked out and put, like, some damage, right? Is that a correct assumption or not? Because you want the Jolteon to do free 20 pings in addition to your Darkrai pings. I mean, you are winning against Meta right now. Why do I keep looking at a Giratina? Okay, because that's a good Giratina Altaria. Okay, let's make an announcement so everybody is streaming. Alright, so anybody here watching, if you guys are streaming, I mean in top 64, start streaming your matches. We got top 64. I want to show you guys the standings for top 64. Diego, who's playing the Sil Valley Altaria, is currently 7-0 with that Altaria deck, which is kind of crazy. We got Okaroon, who is 601. Oh, that's from Dandadan, right? And then we got Deft Tandre. He is also 601 with Decidueye, which is popping off as well. So we are in top 64. Let me pull up a match. Okay, I might be able to get that Sil Valley deck for you guys. We're gonna get the Sil Valley Altaria deck. This is gonna be crazy. Because I know he's playing this deck. So as soon as he matches up, let me get some good music. Alright, we got the match. Alright, so we have Mega Altaria Sil Valley versus a regular Altaria Indeedee. OG Indeedee. No, it's not. But anyways, these two decks were able to make it into top 64. Let me see if I could pull up the information for you guys. Scorpion is playing a variant of Mega Altaria Indeedee with Carbink, which actually is really good because it does 30 damage, pushes the baby Pokemon, puts pressure on them as well, and not only that, it has the ability during your opponent's next turn, this card takes 30 minus 30, so that's actually kind of huge right here. So we do have an Altaria mirror match going on with the type Null, two type Nulls and one Swablu for the Sil Valley player, and then we have a Jirachi in the back with the Find a Friend Swablu, if anything. That is kind of crazy, the fact of Find a Friend. Swablu is hitting the field right now, right? That Swablu just ended up popping off not long ago, but I don't see the advantages, what that card provides versus the Sing Altaria, right? I mean, Swablu, because Sing could just do so much for you in the long term, and Indeedee's gonna come out, which is kind of crazy in this scenario because it can make this active Pokemon live longer. But it shouldn't really matter now because there is a Sil Valley out on the play. He's gonna draw into his Swablu, right? So now he's in a situation. So this is what I'm looking at right now, right? Sil Valley does take 2 energy in order to attack, right? And the problem here is if his opponent has access to the Mega Altaria, a Moose is going to be in a situation where he's energy locked, where he's not going to be able to swing with his Altaria when he wants to. Of course, you're going to get the point here. Scorpion can even just come in with Jirachi and swing if he wanted to, which is kind of insane. I would, Maya, but we are on YouTube as well, so we can't really, I'll figure out how to play copyright music one of these days. But Jirachi's here, going to take the Sil Valley out and take the point right here. So it does look like we're just going to go into the Sing strategy. Because Sing is going to be make it or break it right now for game number 1. Yeah, it really is coming down. If we could pull off that Sing. 8 cards left in the opponent's deck, and a Moose definitely has 6. Drawing into Mars and Gladion. Alright, let's see if the RNG is in his favor. If RNG hits, he has a potential of coming back, which he actually could come back now because, you know, Jirachi's just sleeping. He can't really do anything there. He could potentially probably evolve the Swablu on the side that has the energy. You do have access to the other Swablu with Sing, so you are playing one Sing, one Find a Friend for consistency here. But it looks like we're going to get the Mega Altaria on the right setup. And it looks like we wake up. Now, Amoose has a very put in a very strange situation here. He could continue to Sing because I think he needs one more turn, or he could just go aggro and start swinging, right? That'll put him at 2 points, but the problem here is he's not going to have access to knock out anything else, and that's what you really want to do right now. So based on what he's doing right now, he's going to waste a supporter on definitely getting Gladion. So he might just go Sing and probably put the energy on Altaria in the back. That's what I'm thinking that he might do, but you know, you are in a situation where you don't want to be the first one to bring out Mega Altaria, especially if you don't have the other Altaria ready to go. But we have a second sleep, two sleeps in a row. It's kind of crazy. But the opponent has Mega Altaria themselves. They end up waking up. So that's 2 sleeps that Amoose was able to get, which is kind of crazy. I mean, he has access to other plays here. He has access to potentially building up the Sil Valley and praying for one more sleep. Can he get lucky 3 out of 3? Because again, I don't think you want to be the first player to commit. Because if you're the first player to commit, you know, you could be in trouble. He's trying to think of what is the best play here. It looks like we're gonna go. Are we gonna go 3 for 3? Are we gonna go 3 for 3? 3 for 3 sleeps? No shot. This guy got 3 sleeps in a row. He's gonna be able to pull up with Sil Valley, attack with Sil Valley, and he doesn't have to swing. He doesn't have to commit his what do you call it? He also has Sabrina. No way. This is insane. He was stalling out for Sabrina. Now that Sabrina was just able to get him multiple win conditions here. It doesn't look like Scorp has any hand disruption, does he? Let me double check on his list. Yeah, Scorp only plays Mars, and it doesn't look like he has the Mars right now, right? So he's just gonna go super aggressive with Mega Altaria and swing here. I guess we already committed here with the Mega Altaria. You could actually, you know, swap and go into Sil Valley and swing, but the problem with that is, you know, you would rather just get the 130, right? But at the same time, you know, there's 4 cards left in the opponent's hands. What are the odds they end up drawing Mars themselves? Sing is just insane. It wins matches, it wins everything. It's kind of crazy. Can Scorp come back? Can Scorp come back from this? He did get the Mars, which is kind of huge. He put away the Cyrus, which would have helped a Moose win, which doesn't get the Cyrus, but it looks like he's gonna Mars himself back as well. Gonna get the quick retreat into the Sil Valley here. Sil Valley's gonna get 100 damage. This is kind of crazy. We are heading into who gets Cyrus. Whoever gets Cyrus first wins this game. Scorp did not get the Cyrus, or he cannot come back. We are heading into game number 2 with the Sil Valley taking the first game. As soon as they match up again, we will definitely go back into the game. Game number 2. Looks like the Sil Valley player is going to end up going first. That was a GG's. But let's see if Scorp could actually climb back and win this. Because Mega Altaria, what do you call it? Mega Altaria Sil Valley is just a very interesting concept, I'm not going to lie. I could show you guys after, the deck list after, or you could just go on Limitless and find it there. But I don't want to skip out on the gameplay. I want to show everybody the gameplay because this is hype gameplay and it is game number 2 of best of 3. I got you after. So we're gonna go for Licia here. Licia is gonna help him get his Swablues. Swablu is gonna be very pivotal for these people winning, right? Chingling is just gonna get that extra damage on the Swablu, which in this variant of, you know, Altaria Sil Valley, you really don't have a way of healing, unfortunately. But Jirachi's gonna take the energy here, go into the Rocky Helmet, and who are you gonna swing at? Gonna get 30 damage in the front. So the one thing I do want to say is Chingling is kind of useless in this matchup because Chingling isn't really going to do anything if your opponent already used the Pokeball, which he already has used his Pokeball. You don't really need the access to Pokeball, but then again, you know, Sil Valley is just a very strong Pokemon just out there. So right now, like, Jirachi's so much better than, like, Heatmore or anything like that. Just because, just for the simple fact that you could, you know, use your 30 damage anywhere on the field instead of, you know, anything in the back row. You're not kind of locked into only the bench. So it looks like the energy is going to go into the Swablu in the back. And it looks like it's going to go to the Sing Swablu, which we saw in the first game 1. Sing is a very good option if you're in a tough situation. So he, in my opinion, could have just summoned the Find a Friend, put the energy on the Find a Friend, and keep the regular Swablu out there, you know, just chilling. Looks like getting into Mars and Licia here, but we got a full committed bench going in for Sing here. He needs the Mega Altaria in order to pop off. Is he going to get the Tails? Not this game. Not this game. Jirachi is going to wake up. So let's see what ends up happening. the Mega Altaria player that's playing Jirachi seems like he has the most optimal field, you know, set up to go against any deck that you play against. Like he's in a winning position right now. He does have both Swablues, you know, almost one hit KO, but you know, Jirachi is definitely gonna guarantee a knockout on one of them. Probably the one in the front row, right? Because you don't want your opponent getting a Mega Altaria out there and start, you know, like swinging and dominating the game. So in this situation, you know, you have the the Mega Altaria in the back with 2 energy, and then we're gonna go Jirachi. It's gonna take the KO in the front. You are in a tough situation here. You have to summon. I think you just have to play Silvally here, right? And then put the energy and swing. You could pray for Sing. Just overall, it's not looking great. He did not want to go for the Sing move because Sing was one of those cards that, you know, didn't work for him. But you know, he is gonna be energy locked. His opponent does have 4 cards in hand, so he might have a full bench to do the full 130. We're about to find out right now. But I won't lie, I think we are heading into a game 3 situation. I think we definitely are heading into a game 3 situation. He does have the extra Pokemon. He's gonna get the, you know, extra kill on the Silvally. And only giving him Cyrus and Chingling. Not much to work with. Here we go. Game number 3 coming up pretty soon. Because it really is, I mean, unless you want to go for the Sing, right? But the problem is, your opponent has to wake up. But then again, you have to fight to the very last card, right? It is top 64. And even if it's the slightest chance of winning, you definitely want it. Because what if he stays asleep for 3 turns and you draw a Mega Altaria? You know, you just never know. RNG in this game could be dumb like that. I think it will matter if he stays asleep or if he wakes up this turn. If he wakes up if he stays asleep this turn, this guy should go enter a lottery, which he doesn't stay asleep. Ooh, he gets the Mega Altaria. Going into Mega Altaria here. And we're going to Mars him down to 1 card. No way. No way. Are we going to see the greatest comeback of all time? Are we going to see the greatest comeback of all time? Because he's going to... See, I told you. You should have charged the Find a Friend. Geo actually steals this game. I'm not going to lie. He definitely had a Cyrus in hand. And if the Geo didn't pop off... he would have just ended up winning. For the people wondering, this is the deck. This is the deck Amoose is playing, so you guys, you know, have a better understanding on what's in his deck. He does play Sabrina as well, which is actually really good. We are heading into game number 3. Alright, let's get it. If you guys are here, make sure to like the stream. If you guys are enjoying this, sub to the channel. If you guys are brand new, because we are just getting started with top 64 gameplay. And it's only going to get better from here. Here we go. Chingling start versus a Swablu start. Whoever wins this is life and death for anybody that's in this tournament for both players. So you definitely have to be careful on how you play right now, because this is definitely gonna matter. Oh my god, this is kind of crazy. This whole stream. No wonder. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. We're back. We're back. Nothing really crazy happened. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. Damn. I'm over here streaming it for free. Alright. There wasn't much commentary. I was just fixing something on the stream. But right now, we have Swablu with 1 energy. The opponent was able, Scorp was able to get an Altaria here with an energy. Chingling with Rocky Helmet that has been, that put 20 damage into Swablu, which really doesn't matter on the item cards perspective, but it does matter when it comes to the damage, because, you know, it might put him in a situation where he could win. Can Sing actually come through for a Moose again? It looks like it's gonna come back. The Sing luck is happening. Like, this coin flip is kind of crazy. Just the opponent can't retreat, can't attack, can't really do anything. The only Pokemon that could really get away from this whole Sing situation is what do you call it? Is Greninja EX. Greninja EX is one of the best cards that could, you know, out this. And Chingling does look like it's gonna wake up. And can he get the second one? So it looks like he wants to put the energy on type null. Is he gonna go for another Sing play here? No, we're not gonna go in for another Sing play. It looks like we're gonna bet for another heads. This is gonna be life or death right here. He gets the heads. A Moose gets 2 coin flips in his favor, back to back. Now his opponent is in a situation. Does he play Altaria and take out the type null? I mean, he still could, you know, separate energy, but at the same time, you don't want to lose to cards like Cyrus, right? His opponent is looking at this and seeing, if I could win, if he could win with Sing, why can't I win with Sing, you know? So I'm going to lead out with my Swablu. I mean, that could be the only, like, line of thought, right? Because why would you, you know, come in with Swablu with no energy if you can't retreat it, right? You might as well just play it out like a Moose is playing if you want to stay in a safe position. Going to go into Professor's Research, draw 2. Gonna hit him with a Sing, it does look like. But the problem with hitting him with Sing so early, he does have access to evolve, and then the Pokemon just ends up evolving. I mean, waking up after evolution. Here's it from all of the statuses here. And this is how Silvally is just overall a strong card. Going to swing in for 100 damage is kind of crazy. Moose is 1 point away from making it to top 32. Can Silvally make it, or Scorpion could Scorpion come back and make the greatest comeback of all time? Logan, we are in top 64. And currently we have 27 matches out of 32 completed right now. Game number 3. Yeah, we are one Sabrina from winning the game, which is kind of crazy. We are one Sabrina, potentially one Cyrus. There's like so many win conditions right now in Moose's favor. It's crazy. Wait a minute. Mars could be the game-changing... Still game-changing right here. Because you really have to draw into another basic Pokemon. Can you get the basic in order to win? That is not a basic, but... does look like we are potentially going to get the retreat here. I'm just going to swing in for 100. Because 100 could be enough to win this here. But you definitely need to see another basic Pokemon. Reason being, Indeedee is going to be able to heal the Altaria here. But Scorpion has to also, you know, realize that he could be put in a situation. Scorp has to be realize that he's put in a situation where like the Indeedee could come out and just win out of nowhere. But Cyrus is gonna pull up the Swablu. Looks like OG Altaria is not going out without a fight, because with this Swablu being knocked out, Chingling is just gonna come out and win the game. So it does look like hold up, he does get one more Pokemon, but the problem here, you don't have anything. Yo, always forget, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you. How you doing today? You are the GOAT. And it looks like Swablu, and it looks like he's going to take the game. Good games, good games. OG Altaria is moving forward. Let's see if we could spectate any more matches here. Yeah, not evolving actually was the make it or break it. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, thank you. Always forget. Appreciate you. Doing good. Your day. Hope your day is going well. Yeah, we're popping off. We do have a nice bracket going on here. It does look like most people are completed with their matches. If we go back to the pairings, yeah, we have 31 out of 32 matches. Who's the last set? We have Majin Gengar versus Vimos. Let me see if I can find them. Is it done? Nope. Maybe he's Flash? Okay, never mind. Let's just go over all the decks that ended up winning. So the top decks that are moving up, we have another Altaria and Silvally, piloted by Diego, who's 8-0. We have Sick, who's from Boat. He is 6-2. He is moving to top 32 with Mega Blaziken. We have the Decidueye player, Deftandre. He's definitely moving up to top 32. We have Swininja, Brandon, popping off as well. We have Vayne popping off too against another Swininja. So another Decidueye is making it to top 32. We have Altaria, OG Altaria popping off as well. So we have a bunch of other Pokemon. It looks like they're 1-1 right now. So they are in game number 3. So we'll find out who makes it into the finals. There is definitely another Altaria Silvally. So this deck still has a chance to win the tournament. This deck still has a chance. And if anybody here is brand new, make sure to like, sub to the channel, and if you guys are not part of the Discord and want to be a part of the community, feel free to join the Discord. What else? Is there another interesting deck? Let's see if Tomahawk, did you end up winning? Nah, Tomahawk lost, unfortunately. GG's. Let me see. Did Akage end up winning? No, Akage lost to the mirror match, unfortunately. Do we have at least a Blaziken, please? I mean, a Charizard? No, Charizard lost. Come on, man. We need Charizard out here. We need more Charizard representatives. Wait a minute. This guy made it. This guy's made it. Are we cooking? Are we cooking? You lost to Swininja? Damn. How is that matchup for you? Is it like, do you feel like it's hard against your fighting deck? Let me get rid of all these tabs. There's so many tabs. Holy. Alright. Let me get ready for the next... Let's get ready for the next round. Yeah, we'll get the Decidueye player in the next turn. Let's see. Top 32. Let me just update that on the stream. Yeah, Cyrus Greninja is kind of crazy. They're still playing it out. Go to tournament. I just want to check something out. A lot of it does come to, like, when you play Decidueye, right? It really does come down to, like, who's the first player that could, like, you know, summon the Decidueye. Like, that's, like, really the biggest thing here. Actually, we have more rounds in order to look at the metagame here. So, I think this is actually a good situation. I had a funny random match earlier. I found a Celebi player. They quit when my Ori hit the bench. The Ori is like, if you don't have an answer to Ori, bro, it's over. It's over. Wait a minute. So Swininja only has a 50 win rate with 71 players. Hydreigon 49 players has 47% win rate. So looks like Swininja is performing way better than Absol Greninja. I mean, Absol Hydreigon. Let's see. The Mega Altaria and Greninja is popping off really well as well. Let me see. Mega Absol Greninja is actually popping off with a 57% win rate, which is actually insane. It's insanely high for you know, a tournament of this caliber, you know. What else is popping off here? We have a 85% chance. I mean, we do, granted it's 2 players, but 85% win rate with Silvally and what's his name, Altaria. It's kind of crazy. I never thought this deck would pop off that strong. Low key, kind of want to get that as a feature match again. How many people in chat want to see the Mega Altaria and Silvally? All right. The next round is up. Let's go. Let me see if we can get Diego. Diego is in a VC. So hopefully we could get him to stream his next match. Or we could see what's going on with Decidueye. Let me see what the Decidueye is playing against. It's a Decidueye mirror match, best of 3. Nah, I think that would be kind of sleeping. Give me a second. Yeah, we're gonna get the what do you call it? I'm gonna get Diego's point of view. Alright, they're trying to connect. As soon as they connect, we're gonna have access to the undefeated Silvally, Mega Altaria. Not to mention, this guy right now is 8-0. 8-0. No, is he? He's 9-0 right now. 9-0, sorry. No, 8-0. Sorry. I'm just like all over the place. 8-0. It's been a long stream, but here we are. Here we are. He's looking for his opponent. Once he finds his opponent, here we are. This is going to be a good matchup right here. So stay tuned. This is going to be insane. Okay, we start off with... So, is this the new tech right here? Where people are playing the Swablu Find a Friend versus the regular Sing? Does look like it's like the new tech that everybody is going for. But we do have the Silvally, I mean the type null here. Going to go for Alicia because you want to at least guarantee your Swablu here, but you end up getting double Chingling, which isn't the most ideal thing in the world. We're gonna go in and swing. Hopefully he gets heads. That's basically what he's looking for. Let's see if the coin flips are on his side. Not today. We're gonna go in for 20 damage here. You guys, it would have been insane if he got that heads, because he would have put that Swablu in a very dangerous situation. But never mind that, he has the Altaria popping off with 1 energy already. Gonna pop off for red to hit him for 30? No, it's not even gonna work, because like I think he's just trying to slim down his hand so Copycat doesn't pop off for the opponent. But looks like we're gonna get another Gladion here, and it does look like we're gonna get the Sil Valley here. It's not looking like it's the most ideal situation, but you know, you gotta find a way out. So the crazy part is here, right? He could just retreat and swing in with a Chingling. I mean, he could have retreated, swung with Chingling, got the knockout with Chingling, right? And then, you know, his opponent, his Silvally, would have been able to do 100 damage on Altaria. So I don't know what probably he was thinking in this situation. Well, then again, this Mega Altaria won't be able to knock him out unless he has a full board, which he ends up finding a full board here. Maybe he was banking that he wasn't gonna have that Alicia. But I think the optimal play here would have been to swing with Chingling. It was at 10 HP because of the swing here, so. Going for Gladion. Yo, thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. The game is certainly not over yet. But the problem here too, Elekid could start doing some damage in the back row, and then you could potentially just Cyrus in something or Sabrina something. Looks like we're gonna go in, swing into the Mega Altaria here, right? Gonna lock you down for item cards, which kind of doesn't matter at this very moment. Drop the Furfrou so we could, you know, you could actually have a safe retreat and swing in with a Furfrou if you really wanted to prevent like another Mega Altaria doing first damage on your Altaria. But then again, you really don't have a bench to push here. So that's another thing you have to put into play. So it looks like we're going to get a Mega Altaria to do 100 damage. And we're going to go into Mars. Mars to 1 is you're going to get the maximum value of Mars. And you're put in a situation where you're going to have to retreat this Altaria. Unless if you have like Sabrina or something, right? Unless you have the Sabrina, you're going to have to retreat this Altaria, which puts you in a losing condition with having a Cyrus. See, in my scenario, I was more or less thinking that you could have just swapped into Furfrou, get the free knockout on Chingling just for this very case. You wouldn't be put in a situation where Cyrus could win a game. But then again, you do have access to the Pokemon Center Lady, which puts you out of that range. Right now, it does look like you need a basic Pokemon in order to win this. Looks like the Silvalley's coming out. What is Diego gonna do here? Because if the opponent is running Cyrus, right, he could Cyrus in the Chingling and win that way. So this game turned into whoever gets the Chingling first. This is crazy. You're gonna have to get rid of the Elekid and pray he doesn't have another one, because if he has access to another Elekid, I think you're just kind of cooked in this scenario, right? It's either he has the Cyrus or not. It really just comes down to that. Mars to 1, getting rid of Cyrus himself. Professor's research could help him out here. Professor's research could help him out here. No cards in hand. No shot. That Sabrina top deck just won him the game. That Sabrina top deck just won him the game. Nothing could survive the Altaria or Greninja. I mean, Silvally. So it looks like Diego is taking game number 1. Silvally still remains undefeated. Well, game number 1 is his, is what I'm trying to say. Diego's deck list, if you guys want to take a look at Diego's deck list, this is what he's currently playing. So right now, they're trying to match with each other. That is main character vibes. Alright, here we go. They just found each other. We're heading into the next game. Looks like we're getting a Find a Friend, and we're getting Find a Friend and Chingling starts here. Let me just double check something. Sorry about that. I was just double checking how... I'm also just streaming on Twitter for the first time, so... on X for the first time, so that's actually a very interesting concept. So it looks like we're gonna get the Rocky Helmet onto the Swablu here. He does have access to put the energy on the Swablu. He might find a friend here, but I will say Diego does have a stacked field. He does have access to double Swablu and a what do you call it? A type null on the field, which is kind of crazy. Also, too, if you guys are on X, feel free to follow me on X. We are currently live on X for the first time, too. If you guys want to spectate streaming from there. We're going to evolve into Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria is here with 1 energy. Going into Silvally on the other. This is just a strong start overall for Diego, right? Even if this Chingling gets knocked out by an Altaria, or it gets knocked out by the Furfrou, you just have so much going on your bench that it really doesn't matter. You're going to take the first hit on this Mega Altaria. Doesn't look like your opponent has a full bench. I could be mistaken. He could just drop something out of nowhere. He does have the Rocky Helmet, but he's still going to take 130 damage himself. If the Silvally had 1 energy, I think he would have even sent the Silvally to do 100 damage, you know? But going in with Mega Altaria here, gonna go into the research. Getting the Mars and the second Silvally here. And looks like we're going to get the 130 damage. Now he's in a tricky position, right? He can't stay in and attack. He's going to have to retreat. Maybe potentially into the Chingling or the Furfru. The thing is, it's looking tough no matter what he does right now. Copycat is going to potentially get him out of here. We just have to wait and see. Furfru is coming out, going to do 30 damage. See, if the Furfru had Rocky Helmet, then it would have put this Mega Altaria in a bad situation. But then again, does he play Geo? He does play Red. Hold up, he plays Red. Red could actually come back and win this game for him. He really needed access to get Cyrus here. I mean, he could Mars him down to 2 cards. And if he does Mars to 2 cards, he could put him in a position. I don't know. It's just kind of looking cooked, if you ask me. "21 seconds on the clock." He's going to retreat and sing because Cyrus is really going to be the win condition here. Let's see if Sing is actually going to get him there. Sing doesn't do anything. It just wakes him up. Right now, he is praying to draw his Cyrus so he could go in and attack and win. K11 is still in a very awkward position here, where this Elekid could just put the craziest pressure on this Mega Altaria as well. Because now he could just get Cyrused in. He is 1 Cyrus away from losing this game. Gonna go into the Mars to 2. So is he gonna have the Mars? I mean the Cyrus here? It really depends. But he's gonna have to pray. It goes to tails. It goes to heads. Alright, let's see it. If he has Cyrus, he wins. Is K11 gonna push for game number 3? No. We're going into Professor's Research to draw 2. 4 cards in deck, 1 Cyrus left for what do you call it, Diego? This is looking tough. It is looking tough for both players right now because they really need to get that top deck. Chingling is gonna get hit, so top decking another Mega Altaria is not something you want to see. There are 3 cards left in your deck, and that is one of the cards you did not want to see. I mean, maybe you want to see it, right? Because if you just evolve and swing here, right? The problem is, Cyrus is just too much of a real card. He Professor's Research to try to dig for 2. So that could be a situation where Diego could lose. So he's thinking probably, can I just sing stall until I draw the Cyrus? But after getting heads back to back, you know, do you want to kind of risk that? I don't think it's one of those things you risk. Or maybe you're up 1 game as well, so. And if we go into the deck list, he is only running 1 Cyrus. But it looks like he's just gonna go aggro and swing. To be fair, right now, the Silvally in the back really isn't going to be doing too much right now. So he kind of forced his opponent to draw Cyrus for a win condition, or he's done. Wasn't Cyrus, but it was a Pokeball. I know, you would think, right, Maya? Furfrou right here, taking the energy. Are we going to see something that's going to be game-changing or not? Copycat digging in for his Cyrus, right? Which he plays... They both play one and one, right? So all he can really do is push some more damage. Sabrina is good enough for a win condition here. And it looks like Diego is going to remain undefeated for moving into top 16. Well, I mean, not really. I kind of forced it. I would laugh if K11 actually draws a Pokemon. I think he pushed the trigger a little too early. I pushed the trigger a little too early. He could draw Cyrus right now and win. Never mind. We are not. We are having a game number 3. Game number 3. My bad. Game number 3. Let's go. Hey, you know what? I'm down for it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. You know, I actually did thought he lost because I thought he was at 2 points. Yeah, happens. But anyways, Furfrou ended up winning. This is the Furfrou deck right now that's being played. The little twist that the Furfrou player is playing, he is playing red, and he's playing one Pokemon Center Lady. I'm not gonna lie, this Pokemon Center Lady came in clutch. Also saw Blue Find a Friend is what he's playing over Sing Find a Friend. I mean Sing, which I feel like Sing is pretty broken. I don't know why you would play it over, but anyways, game number 3 is coming, and we are going to see what happens. Who are you guys rooting for, chat? Who are you guys rooting for? If that wasn't Sing Swablu, he would have the deck thinned out and that Mega Altaria. True, true. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. We have another Chingling and you know, type null start. The thing here too, if he gets like super lucky and swings for, I think he's gonna go aggro, right? Because you do want to get the Chingling off the board as fast as possible. May the luckier player win, Kappa. I think we are in that situation. Like, whoever's the luckiest just pops off, you know? So being item locked really doesn't matter for Diego here. And we're gonna go Licia, trying more options here. So we're gonna see, is Find a Friend versus Sing better? Alright, what are we gonna do here? Are we going to evolve, maybe? Or just swing in? Because at the same time, he could just be holding more of his Pokemon in his hand, playing a little bit more conservatively. Because, does he play Copycat? Because Diego doesn't play Copycat. So, K11 could definitely hold his hands. And actually goes in and flips head, which is kind of lucky and very important for this matchup. Right now, he has to drop a Mega Altaria or retreat into something. Or if not, he's cooked. Now he could drop all his Pokemon and then just kind of win, right? Because even one Pokemon gives him that access to 70 damage, which he actually needed. Putting in the Rocky Helmet here. Drops one. That's actually all he needed. I mean, to be fair, he could actually swing into Chingling and just like chill. He does have access to another Pokemon, which is another Chingling, which is great because if he does play Gladion, which he does get another basic, so he doesn't have to worry about like the basic Pokemon being a factor. He's wondering what he should place down on the field because there's just so many situations where this could go sideways. Yeah, nah, this is looking tough for him, but we switch the songs for you. Gonna swing in and going to item lock him here. Takes 20 damage, which it really, I mean, every damage I feel like counts, so. Gonna hit him with the with the Mars, which is crucial. Because he was depending on that one card in order to win him the game, which was Cyrus, right? Because he's gonna get swung on by Mega Altaria. But then again, he does have his own Mars and can put him down to 1. I'm actually surprised he did not put him down to 1. I feel like that should have been the more optimal play for him. Right? If he would have Mars'd them instead of used Licia. Because I would have put him at 1 card and he wouldn't have potential to drop any more Pokemon on the board. And he wouldn't have potential to see the second Altaria, which he's probably holding, I'm not gonna lie. Gonna get the heal here. Which that heal actually kind of matters. The Furfru's gonna come in and do an additional 30 damage. Yeah. I mean, this puts him in a situation, right? Where he could just, you know, set up the other Altaria to attack. But with this knowledge now, right? He knows that he doesn't have access to Mega Altaria. I feel like the Mars should have came down last turn. Yeah, he could definitely chill with K11 could chill with Rocky Helmet. But right now he is at 1 card. Could he come back and just win this? It really is tough. Gonna get the first attack here. Now he's put in a situation where Cyrus could basically just win this game, right? For K11 if he has access to it right now. So we are definitely gonna see a switch because like red, he ended up burning a red here for the extra damage. So it really comes down to, does he have Mega Altaria for the back or does he have Cyrus? That was scary. Now he's looking for his Mega Altaria. Does he have Mega Altaria for the back? Mega Altaria comes through. it really comes down to Diego has to top deck the Cyrus or Sabrina. He has 2 cards that could get him out of this. No shot. He ended up drawing the 1 card that could have won him the game, and he has it. Holy. Diego remains undefeated. That is insane. Let me see if I can find any more people that are playing. Honestly, I feel like that took forever. So that being said, I feel like everybody probably played their matches. Yeah, Diego is 9-0 now. There's 14 matches. Who are we waiting on? We're waiting on Scorp. And we're waiting on Kaizen. Let me see if I could get them on Discord. Yeah, I feel like everybody... Just gonna make a quick reminder. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's look at the pairings. We are waiting on 1 match. They are on game number 3. So that being said, the next couple of people moving into top... Yeah, we're moving into top 16. That was a good match. So far, everything that we spectated is heading into like game 3, right? We had multiple game 3 situations here. So we have Diego with the undefeated what do you call it, Silvally. We have Sylar undefeated with Mega Absol. We have, you know, this Decidueye player undefeated. He did take another Decidueye player out of the tournament. He is moving to top 16. We have Swininja moving into top 16. Jolteon is moving into top 16. OG Altaria. We have another Swininja. 2 Swininjas so far. 3 Swininjas. I feel like the rest is going to be Swininjas. Yeah, there's so many Swininjas. We have 1 Hydreigon here. Suicune and Gyarados is actually popping off here. We have another Swininja. Rich has Swininja. There are a lot of Swininjas here. I'm not going to lie. I do feel like... and we have 1 Blaziken. This Blaziken is 7-1-1. He is outperforming a lot right now. He only really lost to 1 Altaria Mega Greninja. I mean, Mega Altaria and Greninja. But the crazy part about this deck right here, right, is there are no more, what do you call it, Mega Altaria Greninjas, and that's the only thing he lost to. He tied with the other Blaziken, so he can make it guaranteed top cut. Because, like, that last match, of course, didn't really matter. No Venusaurs, right? No Venusaurs in top 16. We could definitely say there is no Venusaurs, but this is what the top cut is looking at. Like, what do you guys think about this? Who do you guys think is gonna win? Who's the fan favorite of this tournament right now? Alright, who ended up taking it from this matchup? I'm interested now. Alright, so here we are. We're just waiting for the next. Do you like hosting or playing in tournaments more? Honestly, I like hosting tournaments because it gives me a great perspective on what's going on in the metagame. So when I do go play in tournaments, you know, I understand the meta a little bit more, and you know, I know what to play and everything. Alright, so that being said, we're about to get ready. The People's Champion has to be Gyarados. It's so exciting when a new deck arises in the meta, so I'm rooting for Silvally Altaria. We have Gyarados Suicune. We have, what do you call it, Altaria Silvally on the Twitch chat. So YouTube is going for Gyarados, Twitch is going for the other one. That's kind of funny. Alright, we're heading into the next round. Actually, we might have Decidueye play against Silvally, I think. That would be kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie, if that's the thing. Alright. Looks like we're pairing top 16 coming up right now. We have the Blaziken versus Mega. We have the Blaziken deck playing against Silvally Altaria. We have Mega Absol EX versus Swininja, which is actually going to be a good match. We have Swininja versus, what do you call it, Decidueye. I feel like that would be a good matchup. Which matchup do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see Mega Absol versus Swininja? Do you guys want to see Blaziken versus Silvally? Or do you want to see Decidueye versus Swininja? The Decidueye looks kind of crazy, not gonna lie. And then the rest is kind of like super meta. Yeah, meta matches. Diego. Decidueye. We got 2 Decidueyes. Alright. We're gonna go Decidueye. We got 2 Decidueyes. That's why. Here we go. This is the first Decidueye versus Ninja. Let's go. This is gonna be crazy. We already locked in. We're already locked in. Alright, here we go. Top 16. So getting access to Rowlet is kind of crazy. No, it's not kind of crazy. He's guaranteed the Rowlet. I mean, he is playing Chinglings, right? Let me pull up his deck list so we have, you know, accurate commentary here. He does run... Actually, no, he's only playing 2 Rowlet. So he's not one of the Decidueye players that is playing Chingling. He is going all in on the Decidueye here. But we are going a rare candy into regular Decidueye here. So I think the thinking here behind this is just to attack the Froakies and get them out of here as soon as possible. But then again, you really don't want to get destroyed by Suicune, right? So the more you could rip from their back row, the better. They're going to go into their own Greninja. But which one? Greninja EX is going to be a super problem to deal with when it comes to, you know, any Ninja player. Again, you know, Decidueye does usually have, like, a good matchup here. But, you know, at least you're going to get the guaranteed knockout on one of the Froakies. But, nah, it's just going to be tough. You do have access to a bunch of healing, which is the most optimal thing. But you have a Greninja that's going to come out and attack for, you know, so much damage, which is insane. I think here you have to optimize on your healing if I were playing the deck. But then again, you know, you do have your opponent having multiple cards in hand too, so you could take advantage if you do have the copycat here. But no, taking away resources here, no 20 Greninja pings is gonna do anything for him at this moment. So we are in top 16. He's going to get hit with Mars, so he got punished for holding a large hand here. Going into 2 cards, but drawing a Lily is kind of insane work. Because he kind of guarantees the win here, right? Because he just does 70 damage anywhere. I mean, even on the Indeedee, he could just do 70 damage on that. Like twice and then just win the game that way. Unless he's forced to put like energy. If he does attack the Suicune, right? The problem with that is he could probably Irida. And then it'll put him in an awkward position. He is trying to think of using Copycat instead of Lily. The reason you want to use Lily right now is because what if the odds you don't get the other Rowlet, right? If you don't get the other Rowlet, you're in a situation where you're kind of cooked. We could potentially see the healing on the Indeedee. Or the Indeedee could come out and heal itself and then retreat. But it looks like the water energy is going there. And we're going to get the Irida that's probably going to heal it. Right now, he definitely needs to draw another evolutionary line. If not, it is not looking good for the Decidueye player right now. Looks like we're going to go into, what do you call it? Copycat. He needs to see a Rowlet in order to win this. Does he get the Rowlet? There it is with the quick grow extract, but not like that card really matters at this moment. 7 cards. He has to draw the rare candy. 2 cards left in the deck for his opponent. I think now he just has to pray. He's got to do the damage on the Decidueye. I mean, on the Indeedee. He's already committed into it, right? So it's do or die right now. It's do or die right now. He's gonna go into the Giant Cape for the Indeedee. Pokeball to thin out your hand. I mean, it's a little too late to play around Copycat right now, but it's looking kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't matter what he brings out in the front lines right now, because just overall, the Indeedee just became a super liability. All right, he got 3 cards in order to get the second rare candy. Doesn't need it because he ends up top decking it, and that's just gonna win him the game. That is insane. He did not need to use Professor's Research. He just ripped it right there. Indeedee. That sounds funny. And that's gonna win him the game. GG's. We're gonna head into game number 2. Alright, let's show off his deck one more time. This is what he's playing right now. I'm a Decidueye hater, but this man is cooking. Called it. Yeah, no, he really did pull it. He did pull it. Alright, we're heading into the next round. As soon as we get the next round, we're going to pull up the match. I think that's what we're going to call it from now on. Indeedee. Game number 2. Game number 2. Bro, this thing was flipping. Yeah, the fire deck would have put him in a hard situation. I wouldn't mind. Damn, am I losing my voice right now? I need some more water. So here we go, getting the rare candy and Decidueye off that draw. Has an optimal start here, right? Doesn't care about filling up the bench because, like, he just has Froakie, right? So right now he's in a situation. Which Rowlet do you want? Looks like he's just gonna go for the regular Rowlet and chill. Doesn't look like he fears the Greninja EX being in hand, because if Greninja EX is in hand, he could just pop off. But then again, you know, you never know. You never know. Professor's Research might get him the Greninja EX that he is desperately looking for, because if he gets that Greninja EX, it's kind of over. Because he could just start going off with 100, 100, 100, 100. But it is going to be a 2-hit KO. It doesn't look like he has anything else. I mean, the Indeedee is pretty good, because Indeedee is going to allow you to heal every turn. AKA, you're only doing 50 damage to this Greninja. So right now he definitely needs like a rare candy, maybe a copycat, something. No shot. This guy is has to be the luckiest guy in the world. Oh my god. I just have to say it. I just have to say it. This guy just really drew into his out. But then again, he does have to put damage somewhere. That I just gotta say, no favorite. This is top 16. This is game number 2. Game number 2. Alright, at least we have... It's not over yet, right? Because he does have access to Suicune in the back. That could be a revenge killer, but at the same time, this guy has access to deal 100 damage on the Greninja. He has to swing. He has no other play right now. He could retreat. But, like, I don't think that would be the right play. What do you call it? Decidueye ended up winning game number 1. If you guys are just tuning in. The opponent's thinking, trying to see what the most optimal play would be here. Like, right now, he's just going aggro and swinging. I will say, though, Decidueye is not going to make a lot of damage. Simply because, like, there's not enough Pokemon on the bench. So getting the second Rocky Helmet is just gonna probably ignore the Indeedee's 20, basically. But it's definitely, Greninja's definitely a 2-shot now. Yo, streaming for this long is a marathon. I'm not gonna lie. Don't know how I'm doing it, but it's happening. Alright. Getting the easy 100 damage here is gonna be very crucial, but the unfortunate part for him, he does have Lily here. And Lily's not going to be, Lily's just going to change the tide of this game because he's not going to have enough damage, damage to catch up because he does play another Lily in there, not to mention another Erica in the deck. So as long as the Decidueye player could definitely get that, he'll be in a very, very good situation. Let's find out what happens. Drops the Froakie. Greninja could just pop up out of nowhere, and Suicune could just come in and do insane amounts of damage. But the plus about having the Rocky Helmet, right? You just auto do like 100. So he did take away his Erica, but gave him a Lily in return. He's showing it off, bro. He is showing it off. I would too. That is kind of insane, the fact that he showed. Got Lilied into it. He drew the Erica regardless. So he has double healing no matter what he does here. I think you just go for the Lily. You are in top cut 16. GG's indeed. There's like nothing you could really do in this situation. You can't Irida and Indeedee. You can't really do much here. It's kind of over. And Decidueye will be moving into top 8. This is the game-winning deck. Okay. Here we go. We have Majin Gengar versus Sylar. This is going to be an insane game to spectate right now. We got high level gameplay here. He's getting Cyrused in. Yeah. We just witnessed some crazy crazy gameplay right now. Let me see where they're at right now. I hope their match is not over. I hope they're still playing. Nah, it does look like that was game number 1. No, actually that was game number 2. It does look like Sylar got knocked out. Alright, let me see if I can get you guys another game. Here we go. Alright, so here we got what do you call it? Hydreigon Furfrou versus, it does look like OG Indeedee. Which is kind of crazy. Diego is 10-0. That's kind of insane. So it does look like Mega Altaria Silvally is like undefeated, which is insane. Let's go. So he did try to go for the sing again, but he ended up waking up. Furfrou woke up, did an additional 30 damage here. Kind of crazy. Mega Alt Silvally, how? It works together. I really can't explain it. We did I'm probably gonna show another what do you call it? I'm probably gonna show it again in the next round, because going 10-0 is kind of crazy. Because we're gonna be heading into top 8 right now. Let me double check how many more matches we have left. So we have 5 matches left. So 3 out of 8 are completed. Everybody seems like they're heading into game number 3. Minus Kaizen and Tracy. Yeah, this matchup that we're witnessing right now is game number 3. Right now it just looks like he's energy. The Hydreigon player is kind of energy locked, right? There is a problem here, right? So he could get knocked out. Depending on... Yeah, he could get knocked out if he has another basic. So if he drops another basic there, he gets knocked out. And then the problem is he doesn't have access to get a revenge kill. So let's see what happens. He could draw into second Hydreigon and win the game. Second Hydreigon, if he has access to rare candy, could definitely change the game into his favor as well. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't even matter because he has Geo. Geo's gonna end up winning the game no matter what happens here. Doing perfect numbers. Don't underestimate Geo. Do not underestimate Geo. Geo wins games. Geo wins games. Humanton popping off. Now we got a Swin Ninja mirror match. No wonder this one had game 3. I could imagine. Yeah, Dano finishing a Mega. This is the first time you'll see it. Probably the last time you'll ever see it. I'm putting Geo in my list. Yeah, fire. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Maya. Geo's like one of those sleeper cards. If you don't put it, you know, if you don't respect it, you gotta play around it. It's not even playing the card, you gotta play around it. Because going into the ranked season, you don't even know if your opponent's going to be running that. So that's another thing. It looks like Suicune is going to knock out the other Suicune. Fabio's going to take 2 points here on Brendan. Can Brendan come back and win this? He is in a tough situation. The opposing Suicune, right, has 140 damage. I mean, it's not completely over. I'm not gonna lie. He has a crazy win condition here, but I really don't know if he sees it or not. As grim as... Okay, Brendan does have 1 point, so the viewers know. Brendan has 1 point. Fabio has 2 points. Dropping the Froakie. Going into, what do you call it? Water Shuriken. He should hit the front. Gonna go for the 100 damage. Going to Mars his opponent to 1 card is crazy. Now Brendan is gonna hit him for 60 here. This is insane. If he doesn't have Irida, it's over. Going to retreat here. It is over. He has access to Cyrus. Cyrus is going to win. Cyrus is going to win him the game. And Brendan is moving into top 8. Insane. All right, let's head up here. 6 out of 8 matches. Let's go. Yeah, that Cyrus is insane, bro. Does the 10 from Geo also apply to ability attacks like Shuriken? Nah, it doesn't. Alright. We're waiting on one match, which is Kaizen and Tracy. But let's just look at everybody's matchups here. So we got Diego, who's 10-0, guys. 10-0, undefeated all day today. This guy right here is popping off. Let me change the title, because we are in top 8, guys. Top 8. So if we refresh, then Majin Gengar ended up winning, so we got another Swinninja here. We got the Decidueye here. 9-0-1. Again, this guy only lost one match. Well, he didn't even lose a match, technically. He's basically also undefeated. This Decidueye is undefeated. The only reason I say that, because this tie, the tie was only so you could, like, move into the next round and, you know, not play this necessary game. But technically, Deftandre is definitely undefeated. So yeah, we got a Decidueye undefeated, and we got a Silvally undefeated with Mega Altaria. Brandon, we got here 8-2 with Swinninja. Hey, it looks like Darkus actually ended up winning. Is this the people's favorite right now? Is this the people's favorites? He did take out the Jolteon. And then we saw the Humanton matchup. He was playing Mega Absol and Furfru. It's a very strong contender. Very strong contender. And then we have Takahiro playing Greninja and Didi. It's kind of crazy. So those are basically the top 8 decks. Well, we have to wait on whoever wins this matchup. It is a Swinninja mirror match. They're heading to game number 3. This one does take forever, regardless. You guys know that. But yeah, no. Here are the standings. Do you guys think... I mean, there are 3 Swinninjas right now. In this top 8, which is kind of crazy. If we refresh... What are the win rates? Venusaur is out, unfortunately. So is Charizard. I wanted Charizard to win, bro. Charizard won. My event, that would have been fire. Our event. Let's go. Patriots won. Fire. Alright, hold on 1 second. Yeah, we already went through the winning decks. There's not really much to talk about right now. Other than right now, we do have a very interesting turnout. Like, I don't know if it's luck or not, because we did have another player, a Moose, playing the same deck, and Diego just seems to be popping off with his build. Type Null, Silvally, just overall an insane deck right now. Insane. Wait, did the Blaziken end up? Nah, Blaziken ended up losing to the Silvally. I'm kind of surprised to that. I mean, I guess he didn't get to pop off, and he's not playing the what do you call it? He's not playing the Chingling. Alright, if we go back here, refresh. Yeah, we just gotta wait for the next round. Doesn't look like they're streaming, unfortunately. Unless it's this person. Nah, it's not him. Sorry, I'm just going over what's going on here. Do not mind me. We are heading into are we heading to top 8 or are we heading top 4? Top 8. We were just coming from top 16. Okay, it looks like Kaizen ended up winning their matchup, and this is the deck that Kaizen was winning with. Honestly, I might stream. Yeah, I'm gonna stream the Silvally guy. The Silvally guy has been Diego's been popping off. He's 10-0 right now. We're gonna go back into Diego's stream. Let me just make sure everybody is all set. All right, next round is up. We have Diego, which is playing Mega Altaria, is playing Swininja. Majin Gengar is Swininja Mirror. We have Decidueye versus Hydreigon. This is actually a good matchup for for Decidueye. So I do look like the Decidueye player might be moving on. And then we got Brandon is actually playing the Gyarados. Actually, we could take a look at Swininja versus Gyarados. That is an interesting matchup. Nah, I think getting the top 8 match of Silvally would be better. Yeah, we should, content wise, I feel like we should get more perspective. Alright, we're going to see Swininja versus Suicune Gyarados. Let's see who takes this matchup. This is gonna be an interesting one. Top 8 matchup. Let's go. We need to see Diego. Hold on. We never got a I feel like Diego's gonna win it all. We already know. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We are getting a good amount of people that want to see the. All right, cool. We'll go into Diego. All right, starting off the match, pretty strong here. Starting with Chingling and Swablu here. So one of the most important things in this matchup, you don't want to flood the field, because if you flood the field, you definitely could get kind of destroyed. But at the same time, it really doesn't matter too much here because he started with a Froakie, but ended up getting the Suicune EX in the back. Drawing into Silvally here. Let's see what he could find. Could definitely find the type null, but in this situation, who do you want to build? Do you want to try to go for the Mega Altaria, or do you go for the Silvally plays? But here too, you know, you got to realize you put your opponent in a situation where they can't rare candy. So Chingling against Suicune is kind of the most amazing cards, right? That you could be playing, and it counters it hard because they need access to they need to Greninja EX. They need access to regular Ping Greninja as well. So you could halt them a good amount of time. So at this point, is he going to just sacrifice the Froakie here, or is he gonna allow Suicune, build the Suicune, and then start swinging? It really just comes down to personal preference at this point, right? You gotta realize, Swablu ends up coming in with 190. I mean, Altaria comes in with 190 HP. So that's something you have to take into account. Ten seconds on the clock, putting the energy on Suicune. Kind of strong tell that doesn't show that they have access to what do you call it, the other Greninja EX, because if you did have access to Greninja EX, you would have at least put the energy on the other Froakie and then just wait and let the Froakie get knocked out by, you know, something else. So right now, Diego has a decision to make right now. Does he go in, swing fully with Altaria if he draws or has it in hand, or does he go for Silvally all the way? Because then again, he could definitely still put him in a situation where he could get stalled out here. But we're gonna go into Mega Altaria EX right now. So going to retreat, gonna get the first knockout. Now, the only disadvantage that I see from here, he's going to be dealing 100 damage with Suicune if he has another Pokemon. Or if he has access to Rare Candy. Rare Candy could definitely put an additional 20, which he does have access to that. So Chingling was kind of important for like halting him. Looks like he doesn't have access to another basic Pokemon though. You also gotta realize too that, you know, this Mega Altaria is in a very bad spot. Like, even if you send the Silvally, it doesn't matter. Suicune is just gonna capitalize here. Mind you, I don't think he plays anything to do with healing here. I mean, all he could do is probably stall, but the problem here, he needs to find a way to, you know, deal as much damage into that Suicune so he can knock it out. But guess we're gonna go into the Chingling and stall that way, and then potentially go into Silvally and swing. I choked against Gyarados. Damn, that's crazy. It looks like Cyrus is gonna end up taking game number 1 here. So let's pull up. I'm gonna pull up the deck that won. This is the deck that Kaizen is running right now currently. So right now I'm just waiting for them to connect. Right now they are searching for each other. Alright, here we go. Game number 2. The Swin Ninja is up 1 game, and what do you call it? It does look like they are down 1. Diego's gonna go with a almost a full field here. We have double Swab Blue and 1 Qingling. Now, Qingling, now that we learned from the last game, Qingling is vital in this game, in this matchup, because, like, you know, halting your opponent from using Greninja is the most important thing, because he wouldn't have had that extra 20 in order to knock him out, because he didn't have an extra Pokemon on the bench as well. So he's just gonna sit there, end his turn. Gonna drop Swablu the energy. Gladian coming up. Gonna give him the Silvally. Going to swing here and item lock him, which is gonna be really important right now. But he's definitely keeping the larger hand here at play. The crazy part is this Froakie definitely could knock out the wait a minute. Did he not draw another Pokemon? Because if he doesn't have a Pokemon, no way. He has the Mega Altaria, and Mega Altaria is just going to come out and win. Hold on. We are heading into game number 3. Game number 3. Diego takes game number 2. Kaizen actually just bricked. He did not draw anything. That sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it is the nature of the game. It is the nature of the game. We are at 1-1, and this is the deck that Diego is piloting. We are heading into the last game. Who's gonna take it? Are we gonna get bad RNG? The thing is with Silvally, you have to realize that that deck is super consistent. Even if you don't start the Swablu, right? You could start off with the Silvally and start doing 100 damage everywhere. Yeah, it was super unlucky, definitely. Alright, we are in game number 3. Diego is going first. Let's see what he leads out with. Leading out with the Qingling. Kaizen is getting super unlucky because all 3 games he led with Froakie, and Diego definitely led with Qingling. So Qingling is definitely one of those cards that really shuts down the Swin Ninja matchup here. And, you know, I think he kind of has a cracked start. I'm not going to lie. Like, having access to the type Null and the Swablu is insane. Going to Giant Cape here. Copycat for 3. He does not want to lose without seeing a basic. This is the same situation that we were at in the last game. No way he doesn't have a basic. He doesn't have a basic? No shot. That's crazy. There is no basic on the Swin Ninja's players. I feel bad for the Swin Ninja. I'm not gonna lie. He's just popping off right now. He is popping off. Now he's wondering what he should do. He does place another Qingling on the board. Going to swap Qinglings here. Going to evolve into Silvally. Is he gonna drop it? Going to give the energy into Swablu, it looks like. And just going to swing here for another 10, which is going to item lock him. Kaizen needs to see another Pokemon if he wants to stay in this tournament. Going into Professor's research, is he gonna get Swininja? Suicune gets the second Froakie. He could have access. He could get access to Greninja EX. Mega Altaria coming out here. It does look like we're just gonna go into Altaria here and we're gonna swing. Now, if he does, I wouldn't say it's over yet. Because if he does have Greninja EX in hand and he could get it out on the field and he has access to Cyrus, he could still kind of win this. Is it the Greninja EX? It is Greninja EX! Kaizen is not going down without a fight. It is not going down without a fight. I feel like you should have just stayed there with Chingling and attacked. In a panicking situation. That 100 damage is insane. He really needed to, what do you call it? He needed to stay with the Chingling and then just swing. That's the same mistake he did in game number 1. And that's probably what's going to cost him the game, unfortunately. Yeah, it is the same mistake, George. Don't know if there's a way he could come back from this. I mean, even if you like Sabrina here, there really isn't a way to pop off. You have to retreat into maybe Chingling and swing and then pray. It really depends. Does his opponent have access to the Cyrus? That's another thing that you have to take account for. There it is, and Kaizen is going to win the game. Unfortunately, 10-0. Altaria Dream is out. Good games, good games. That was a good run for Diego, I'm not gonna lie. That was a good run for Diego. Diego did pop off. Alright, let's see the Gyarados. We have Gyarados right here popping off. Damn. I know everybody wanted to see the Altaria, bro. The Altaria Silvally. I mean, it doesn't make the deck less strong, right? The deck actually really competes really good. Yeah, both games he lost. He should have built Silvally with these tournaments. You learn, and I hope he could come back stronger. Facts. He did pop off with it too. It looks like Brendan took a screenshot of this. Don't know why. Maybe he's playing like a card he's not supposed to. Nah, I'm lying. But anyways, here we are. Anybody gonna build Silvally Jolteon? No, I'm kidding. I feel like nowadays you're seeing Silvally, the Silvally engine, just being splashed in almost anything. So, you know, at this moment, it could be like a meme for almost anything. All right, let's see. All right, we're gonna use the water shuriken. Like, he has a full bench, right? The problem here is, like, he has a Suicune that could start doing a lot of damage, and I don't know. His Suicune could start taking advantage now. Gyarados could come out of nowhere and just pop off and win. The Giant Cape on the Magikarp is actually really nice here because he wouldn't be like two-shotted by a Greninja. But then again, getting the Gyarados, Thrash Gyarados is kind of crazy right now. He has a decision to make right now, right? Does he get rid of the Mantike slash Pyukumuku to do maximum amount of damage? Or, I mean, he might have like an insane hand here too. He gets rid of everything to get rid of the Suicune EX. That means he might have more Pokemon to drop on the field. This Gyarados is insane. We're seeing the true power of Gyarados. Yeah, right now it's looking tough right now because you need something that could outlive that, and you know, if he has 3 basic Pokemon, he could just win this. I think even like 2 basic Pokemon and you kind of win. 2 basic Pokemon could just steal this from you. Let's see. Does Darkus have it? Does he have extra Pokemon in the hand? There's 1. There's 2. That's it. I think that's it, but he could just play all 3. It's over. Darkus won his round. That is insane. Now we're seeing the true power of Gyarados here. Yeah, that was the last match that we were waiting on. Brendan is out. Good games for sure. We are heading to top 4, guys. Top 4 is going to be insane right now. If we go back to the desktop. Top 4 is going to be Kaizen, Majin Gengar. We got Deftandre and Darkus here. Let me just make sure everybody... Alright. So we have the Gyarados deck that's moving into top 4. We have Decidueye going into top 4. We have a Majin going into top 4. And we have Kaizen also playing Swinninja. So we have 2 Swinninjas. We have a Decidueye. And we have a Gyarados and Suicune. I'm not going to lie. The Decidueye looks pretty strong right now. If a Decidueye sneaks into this, like he hasn't dropped a game in any Swinninja deck. He's played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is basically a Decidueye bracket. Decidueye might win this, bro. Decidueye might win this. I'm not going to lie. Yo, what's going on, Dugs? I'm back sitting Kaizen. Don't steal him. Got you. That's it. This is looking like a crazy turnout. I'm not going to lie. Okay, 2 basics is 100 damage. I thought it was 120 for whatever reason. Anyways, fire. We're waiting for the next round to get paired. Just making sure. I like the owl or the fish. It really comes down to those 2 decks, right? That's what's basically been the most successful in this tournament run today. So if we go to the standings, fortunately, the Mega Altaria Silvali's knocked out. The Blaziken is knocked out. A few Swinninjas are knocked out. Hydreigon is knocked out. Yeah, the Hydreigon actually got knocked out, unfortunately. That's crazy. Alright, so we're just waiting. Okay, sorry about the long wait. So we have Swinninja is playing the Gyarados again. So we have that match. And then we have Majin Gengar versus the Decidueye player. Who do you guys... Actually, I feel like watching... We gotta watch the Swinninja play. I mean, we gotta watch the Decidueye. Decidueye is popping off. So let me make sure we could get them on the stream. Yeah, we're gonna spectate Decidueye here. Decidueye is gonna be insane. This is gonna be an interesting one too because one of our first tournament, Majin Gengar actually ended up winning. So that being said, he's gonna go up against this Decidueye deck, even though it is a bad matchup against them. So let's find out who takes it. All right, let me see what we can find. We can find like a epic. Yeah, they're currently searching each other right now. We do also have Darkest here. Alright, sorry about that. Just trying to clarify something. They're searching for each other. So as soon as they get each other, we are going to get the matchup. They're trying to match with each other. Alright, let me get content. This Decidueye deck is gonna take forever, bro. I'm not even gonna cap. Alright. Okay, they actually found each other. Alright. That was a bit annoying. Sorry that you guys had to go through that. Alright, here we go. Alright, so we have Swininja versus Decidueye. Let's see how he starts everything off. We do have a Rowlet start. Like always. Now it really depends on, you know, what the Swininja player is gonna end up having. Starting a Froakie is kind of rough unless you have access to that Greninja EX, right? Greninja EX is gonna be that one card that's gonna, you know, catapult you to the next. Again, if you see the screen going black, it's him double checking the deck. It is a open deck list, so yeah, that's gonna be one factor. So right now, not much to commentate on what's going on right now. It's just basically drop a Froakie, end your turn. That's really the most that you could really do and hope for at this moment. We're going to use Pokeball here because you definitely want to thin out your deck and potentially see Rare Candy or Decidueye in order to pop off. But wait a minute. Looks like we're going to go for a full-on copycat here. Grabbing the Rare Candy. Ooh, this is not looking good for Majin right now. Gonna go into the Rocky Helmet here, and it looks like we're gonna swing in for 10 damage. Now let me double check real quick if Majin is playing anything to do with hand disruption, right? He does play one Mars. That is one card that he could really go after, but doesn't use Mars. Goes in for Professor's Research, probably hoping to look for something else he could put in the bench. Going into Suicune in the back. The problem with the Suicune, right? It's not really going to be able to do that much damage regardless because, you know, you're not going to capitalize on having a bunch of Pokemon on the field unless you're the one doing it, right? Like, he has a full bench right here now. Now, it's really going to come down to what are you going to do with this Froakie? Are you going to retreat it? Are you going to evolve into Greninja EX? You do need the Greninja EX if you want to be in a good position. But no, we ended up getting regular Greninja here. And healing to 120 is kind of crucial. He definitely has the most Swininja back, you know, board right now, which is insane. 7 seconds left on the clock. He's getting ready for this Greninja to get knocked out. I think that's the game plan we're looking at this very moment. The only thing he's probably going to take is another 20 damage. Gonna go with Rare Candy. I'm pretty sure you're going to have to play the Rare Candy. Don't know where the hesitation is coming. But going into regular Decidueye here, because the Decidueye is going to allow you to get the free knockout on the one in the back. And then you have Dartrix. Dartrix is going to allow you to get into Decidueye EX if you get into that, whether you draw it or have it in hand already. This is basically the way to go. Again, Decidueye against into this matchup just feels so free right now. The Rocky Helmet is very important too, because like the simple fact, it makes Decidueye EX just start hitting for 100 damage so much sooner, so it has so much synergy. So Dartrix is going to get hit in the back. Are we going to see potential Cyrus, maybe, just to slow him down? Maybe that could be the dot in line. Quick Grow Extract is there, but it's not going to be very optimal to play because you have both Decidueye EXs in hand. You could actually even just start hitting the Indeedee in the back, because Indeedee is just such a liability in this matchup. You really don't want it. You're gonna have to place a water energy there and use Irida if you don't want it to get knocked out. So it's just I feel like in this matchup, Indeedee is just one of those cards you don't want to hit the field unless you're in a really super overwhelming position, because it's easy to get a knockout on a Froakie, right, or anything in the back row, but when it comes to Indeedee, it's crazy. But it does look like game number 1 is going to go into the Decidueye player, but we are going to go into the Irida to extend it. Yeah, Lily into the back row because you don't want any more unnecessary damage going into Decidueye EX, because Decidueye EX is going to be the card that's going to win you the round. Alright, so which one are we going to ping? We are continuing to ping the Decidueye EX here, going to Cyrus it out. But I mean, at this point, it really doesn't matter, because 100 damage is guaranteed into the Indeedee EX, and that's going to be game number 1 for the Decidueye player. Again, Grand Finals is best of 5, guys. Best of 5. Grand Finals is almost here. Right now, I'm going to show the deck that ended up winning. This is the deck that ended up winning. When they match up, we're going to swap back in. Grand Finals coming soon. Alright, let's go. Game number 2. Okay, so Rowlet is hitting the field as always. The only thing that the Decidueye deck really loses to it's itself, but that's kind of rather unfortunate for Majin, because Majin starting off with the Froakie. Froakie leads are never generally that good unless you have access to Greninja EX, and doesn't look like Greninja EX will be hitting the field anytime soon, depending. He does play 1 right now, and the odds that you have the rare candy and that, I mean, without a Suicune lead or Professor's Research, you know, you are looking for a 1 of. There we go. We start off with... Thank you for the follow, I appreciate that. Did we get raided or something? Alright, so there is a Rocky Helmet at play. We're gonna go in for the craziest copycat ever. Let's see if he gets answers. There is a Candy and Decidueye at play with Professor's Research to get him the correct Decidueye he wants, but something is telling me this is the Decidueye he wants, and he's attacking the Froakie in the back row now. So the only thing that's kind of bad in this situation for Majin, right? He doesn't have the energy priority, so whatever gets the energy is going to get attacked. That's the Pokemon that's going to take the damage, because that's the Pokemon you're going to want to evolve into Greninja EX or regular Greninja, whatever situation. But at the same time, it's not looking good for, you know, this Swinninja player right now. There are 2 Froakies on the board, so one of the Froakies could get knocked out. We do see a Mars, which is going to be super crucial here. Now, it really depends if he could get access to Candy. This is the only way. The Frogadier is here to bridge that evolution, and it's going to be the one that does 30 damage. The game is still on. Anybody's game. He did get rid of a copycat. Don't know if... Let me double check if he plays 2. He does play 2 copycats. So he still has 1 copycat that could get him there. He does have a Dartrix. But the problem is... Depends on what Decidueye, I mean, it depends what Froakie pops up here. Alright, so he goes into Dartrix, and Dartrix is going to swing into the next Frogadier. Rare candy popping off here. Which Greninja are you going to get? If he has another basic Pokemon, he could definitely do the 80 damage he needs in order... No, he can't. I'm sorry. There is no water energy on the Suicune in the front lines. But then again, does he have access? I mean, at this point, it's just coming down. You're gonna want to use one of the Greninjas that you have in hand. Because if you stay there and risk him getting... If you stay there and risk him getting Greninja EX... No, that's crazy. He just swung there. He wants the regular Decidueye. That does 70 damage. you gotta keep in mind Suicune gave him an extra draw too, so he could have got access to Greninja EX. He took a huge gamble here. Don't think it was kind of necessary. He could have guaranteed like 2 points here from this Suicune, but at the same time, this Suicune isn't really gonna be doing any crazy amount of damage anytime soon. So he's in a situation where, regardless, he would have been in a better position if he just ended up attacking with the Decidueye. But then again, it did pay off because he's going to get rid of the Greninja in the back, right? And he's not going to be able to, to do as much damage with the Suicune that's in the front. So I'm just saying if Greninja EX does pop off, he's still in trouble. There is 130, damage. He's going to draw 2 cards. Is he going to see EX on the board? There it is. Exactly. It's just a matter of time. You're drawing so many cards from... You're drawing so many cards from Suicune. You're just eventually going to get there. He's in a situation where if you don't see a Decidueye next turn, you just lose the game. I just think his win condition here was to make sure he doesn't evolve. He doesn't let the opponent evolve into Greninja EX. So even if he stayed in with the Rowlet, the Dartrix should have been the one that attacked. That attacked the other Frogadier. That would have been the situation he wanted to be in. So this is the deck right here that ended up winning game number 2. We are heading into game number 3. I'm very similar to Brazilian streamer Monarch. I've never heard of that person. Alright, so we are starting off this game pretty strong with 2 Rowlets, and he doesn't care that Suicune is on the board, right? His win condition in the last game really depended on him having the second Rowlet. Now, you don't really have to fear the Guzma in this matchup, right? So you could drop all of the Rocky Helmets, and you want to put him in a position. You want to put your opponent in a position where it's kind of bad to just throw cards like Mars in a low card hand. But now it does look like we're just gonna go straight up Rare Candy into Decidueye EX. Going to go Quick Grow Extract on Rowlet. This is an explosive start for the Dartrix player here, which is kind of crazy. Bro, if he just has Suicune and no other Pokemon, this is insane. This is a massive start. He didn't even bother to swing here because you can't even do any damage. And if you swing, you just take damage for no reason. This is an explosive start. Holy. I'm not gonna lie, if we don't see a Froakie or something on the bench next turn, we might just have Decidueye sitting in grand finals. Okay, we see another Suicune, right? But it looks like he doesn't have any follow-up play here, which is very unfortunate for him right now. He needs to have something out there. So not having access to Froakies is going to be really, really bad here. But, you know, that Irida doesn't really matter too much because he's just going to go in for the draws. Okay, so it did matter. He's just not going to go and swing recklessly here. You know, now he has to start finding his healing cards if he wants to stay. And that is another crazy card to draw in this situation because you have a Suicune as the lead here. And you know what's the craziest part in this situation too? If he just drops a Froakie, Froakie can't even be guaranteed to, you know, survive one turn because there's a regular Decidueye in the back that could just snipe it at any point. There it is. So what basically just ends up happening is this Decidueye retreats, regular Decidueye pops off, and then just swings on the Froakie in the back, and then it's over because you're just gonna hit the Suicune EX that's already damaged, and that's pretty much it. It's pretty much game from there. You just don't allow him to evolve with Greninjas and it's over. Massive start. Looks like we have a guaranteed Decidueye. Good games, guys. Good games. Let's see how let's see if this guy's still playing. Damn, his stream is kind of having a stroke. That's kind of crazy. I don't know what happened with his stream. Anyways, let's just go and take a quick peek at what's going on here. If we go into the standings, I mean the pairings. This Decidueye deck is going to be making it to the finals. It does show you that, you know, maybe only one Quick Grow extract is what the deck needed. Not really, but like, I mean, you know, Double Lily has always been, you know, the best healer over Erica, it appears. But like, I mean, overall, like, he had a great run. He definitely played against multiple Swinninjas. He played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. He also played against 3 Hydreigons, which Hydreigon is definitely his best matchup here. I think one of his hardest matchups was Sleepy Mew with Blaziken, and then 2 mirror matches, because like when it comes to the mirror match for this, it really comes down to who could get the Decidueye first, and get the attack off with healing, right? Because I'll be lying if I say healing doesn't matter, right? But right now, Darkest to Gyarados, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna put you guys through that flashing screen again, but it's insane. You're calling that he's gonna win the tournament today? That's wild. That is wild. You never know. Gyarados could pop off. Dark Gyarados. I mean, man, let me see. I hope his stream is not flashing. Bro. I don't know what's going on with his flashing screen. But I could give you play-by-play. It does look like nobody has points right now. Damn, his blue his thing is just... I want to stream this match, but look at it. It's just flashing. I can't really... Might need to have Kaizen's point of view. Anyways, we're heading into the best of 5, right? We're heading into best of 5. It's going to be Decidueye. They're currently fighting to see if it's going to be Swininja or if it's going to be Swininja Gyarados. I mean, Suicune Gyarados, right? Alright. Definitely gotta... Yeah, Kaizen has to stream his next match. If anybody knows how to... Let me see. If Doug, do you have access to Kaizen? Is he your boy? If you're still here. We gotta have him next, what do you call it? For the finals, we definitely need to get that streamed. But overall, the standings so far, you know, top 8 is definitely, we're going to have the Decidueye and Greninja EX, Suicune, another Greninja, Silvally, Mega Altaria. We're going to have Hydreigon. We're going to have Swininja. So those are going to be our top 8 decks. Guaranteed, we do have 3 Swininja decks in our top 8. 1 Hydreigon, 1 Altaria Silvally, 1 Gyarados Suicune, and 1 Decidueye EX and Decidueye. So that's gonna be the final top 8. So we can't have anything better than this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this guy's feed. This guy's feed is like having a stroke. He's streaming on Grand Final. I mean, he's streaming on what do you call it? BlueStacks. Yeah, I'm not trying to give you guys epilepsy like that Porygon episode, bro. I'm not trying to give you guys epilepsy like that Porygon episode, but I could give you guys updates on what's going on. It does look like Kaizen has a Greninja EX, right? Greninja EX ended up giving him 1 point here. So that at least we could tell you what's going on in that matchup. So it looks like Kaizen is actually doing good. This is Kaizen's build, by the way. It is game 3. Thank God for that. He is right now like in a position where he has to attack with Suicune EX, and Suicune EX could knock out his Greninja EX. Again, I don't want to put you in that crazy position where you guys have. Let me tell you, this is what we're looking at based on Darkest. Diego, hi. Could you show the deck list of Altaria? I got you, bro. I got you. I'm gonna do a video on your deck, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna do a deck on your video. Thanks for hosting the tournament. It was super fun. Yo, Humanton, I always see you coming through to the tournaments. Thank you for signing up, bro. Um, you'll definitely win one of these days, bro. Definitely. Yo, shout out to you. You hit a fucking god pack. Salutes. Salutes to you, my guy. Um, for the people that want to see the deck right here, Altaria Silvally. This deck is insane. Um, Surprisingly, a lot of these Silvally variants pop off well, and I'm not going to lie, it kind of looks like the Kaizen might win this match. Kaizen might end up winning this match because Darkus is having problems getting energy off on Kaizen right now. Yeah, this is so chopped. I'm not going to lie. This is so chopped. I feel like I'm gonna have epilepsy watching this. Chat, you guys already know. You guys already know. You love playing the best of one tournaments? Yeah, anytime, bro. Anytime. I got you. Thank you. This is an interesting deck. Yeah, this deck is amazing. I want to play it for rank. You know, that's how crazy it is. Like, I will probably build the deck and play it for rank because it's just amazing. Wait a minute. He looks like he has the Gyarados on the board, but the problem here, he did take too long to set it up, and it does look like he's just gonna have Greninja EX knock out his basic Gyarados, and that's gonna get him another point, and it's not looking good because he could Greninja Cyrus a Manaphy that he has on the Gyarados' bench. It looks like Swinninja might win this, is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Swinninja might win this game. Again, if you guys are just wondering why I'm narrating and not showing you the gameplay is definitely kind of chopped here. It's looking like it's having a stroke, so I'm not really gonna put you guys through that situation. Yeah, it just keeps flashing, bro, so I'm trying to definitely see. Yeah, no, that deck is amazing. It went 10-1. 10-1. It went 10-0 before round 11. Yeah, it looks like the opponent here is going to be able to Greninja. Oh, he just conceded. He conceded. All right, Grand Finals. Grand Finals is going to be Decidueye versus Swinninja. Yeah, you you guys could see like that shit flashing on my face. That shit was funny as fuck. Alright, Grand Finals times. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to Grand Finals. Do me a solid if you guys can. Like the stream. This is going to be the most hyped part of the tournament. All right, so we have Kaizen's point of view, and we have Deftandre's point of view as well. So let's go. Big W for the God Pack. Big W for the God Pack, my guy. Alright, so since it's going to be Swin Ninja versus that, we're going to spectate game number 1 through, what do you call it? Through Deftandre, and then we'll go into Kaizen's afterwards. So the two decks that are going to be in Grand Finals are right here. Once they get it paired. So Flo, whenever you're ready to get it paired, we're good. We're good on our end. Yeah, this has been a really good, really good tournament. There's so much that has transpired within these couple of rounds. We ended up seeing so many awesome decks just popping off left and right. I'm kind of glad we got that here. Just give me 1 second. What's up, y'all? Make sure to stream it. I'm also gonna deafen and server mute here, so it doesn't go on the stream. Good luck, have fun. Alright, here we go. We're getting started right now. We're gonna take game 1 from Deftandre, best of 5. So this is gonna be an insane Grand Finals. As soon as they pair, we're gonna get this started, guys. We're gonna get this started. Here we go. Grand Finals, Decidueye versus I'm gonna do that again. Grand Finals, Decidueye versus Swin Ninja. Let's go. Best of 5. So now in this situation, You do have access to double roulette here, which is really good in his situation, because sometimes the deck does struggle on finding that Pokemon. Gonna go into Professor's research, and I think he's just gonna end the turn here. So let's open up both players' deck lists here. If we look into Kaizen, right? Kaizen is playing the standard Indeedee, 1 Greninja EX, and has access to 1 Hand Disruption, right? The older list has been playing double Giant Cape, but they did take out Giant Cape for two Giant Capes to 1 Giant Cape, so they could play an additional Mars, I believe, or they might have taken out a Irida down to 1 in order to fit in a Mars. Hand Disruption is very important in general in these high level matches. So it does look like Froakie in the back is gonna grab the energy, right? So kind of telling here, it feels like a Greninja EX play might be coming anytime soon here. But right now he's trying to decide on what's the best option here. Do we go Decidueye EX or Decidueye regular in the front row? So he summons the Decidueye in the front row, has Decidueye EX in the back, and just gonna end his turn. Now if he has the Greninja EX, he could pop off here. Here we go. We got a interesting game number 1 Greninja EX coming off, and it's going to do 100 damage for sure. Now we have to go a little bit more, aggressive here, right? Because if you don't go aggressive during this play, you just kind of lose it all here, right? He's kind of already committed to playing Decidueye EX. Now, right now, the energy has to go on Decidueye EX, because Decidueye EX is the only hope you have of winning this game right now. So meaning, regular Decidueye has to be, sacrificed at this moment. So both players ended up getting their most optimal evolutions out, turn 2 on curve, which is an amazing, back and forth that we could potentially see here. And 100 damage is going to take the knockout here. Now, not sure if Kaizen was holding Pokemon not to put in the bench, just because that Decidueye could target anything on the field. But at the same time, it was not living 2 hits here from Greninja, so he's gonna be forced to hit him for 80 damage. But one thing, 170 HP is still kind of insane. While you have infinite healing in your deck, it's just insane. Going to go for the Irida. Irida was actually very, very pivotal for this Greninja EX to survive. Like, it doesn't look like Decidueye is having a good time here. Going in for 100 damage, because that's literally the only optimal play that you can do. In this situation, he doesn't even really have to commit anything to the field yet. He could just pretty much chill here or drop everything on the board. But doing 100 damage is very crucial here, but it really depends if he has access to his healings, because if he has access to healing, he could just pop off. coming up with another Suicune EX on the board. I feel like he's just trying to prepare and get ready to win the game one way or another. I feel like he really needs access to the second. Oh, that's huge. This is huge. Giant, what do you call it? Rocky Helmet is going to be a guaranteed 100 damage on either Suicune here. So right now, he's in a situation where he has to fill up the bench if he wants to start doing some crazy damage. But then again, to be fair, he does only play 2 Lily and 1 Erica. If the Decidueye player wants to win this, he has to see his second Lily in order to pop off here. But at the same time, we are not seeing that. He has 1 card left in hand. His opponent has multiple resources here. But the thing is with the Decidueye, he could hit anything around. He could hit everything on the board. So that's one thing you have to pay attention to right now. 3 cards left in his deck. 8 cards left in the Decidueye. Right now, Kaizen has to really determine like what's the right play here, because Giant Cape is actually pretty good, but it's not going to save him from taking 100 damage next turn. I mean, if he can only do 40 damage here, 20 damage here, that's going to be like super bad. Because you definitely need to start seeing your Froakies, so you could drop at least 1 more Froakie on the board, maybe an Indeedee, something. So it looks like we're just going to go swing for 20, it seems like. Oh yeah, definitely. This deck has a great advantage. 20 damage. Does he have the healing? No shot. He drew the 1 card. The 1 card that could get him out there. That is insane. This guy's just like playing with himself, bro. This guy's just dropped that shit, bro. BM is crazy. That shit was crazy. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, he's kind of in an unfortunate position right now. I mean, 120, let's just be realistic, it's not happening. He could do 100 damage all across the board. The most he could heal right now is 60 damage with Irida and Indeedee, but he only plays 1 Irida, so I mean, you definitely just want to swing here, right? Gotta play it out. It is a best of 5 though. It is a best of 5. But that was a crazy top deck. I was not expecting. That was the only thing that would get him out there, because look at all these Pokemon that he just dropped. Like, he would have popped off. Game number 1 going to Decidueye. Now, if we go into the Decidueye deck right now. Again, you guys already seen the deck list, but I'm going to pull it up as we transition into game number 3, and we're going to spectate Kaizen's view. So right now they are searching for each other, so as soon as we could get them matched up, we'll be ready. Sweet Gren is lucky if they could get 1 game against Swininja. What is the win rate percentage on this, Logan? Do you have that? Alright, so we have the next game coming in. Let's go. And this is on the side of Kaizen. Alright. Getting the Froakie lead here versus Rowlet lead. Of course, the Rowlet's always going to be the lead. So it does look like we're going to have to thin out the deck here and get as much Pokemon as we could get out of the deck so we could thin out the deck here. But now, you know, the one thing about Rowlet, like, they're getting the first energy, right? And then they could definitely put damage on the board whenever they want. So you definitely, it does apply pressure on the opponent. Like, if they put a EX Pokemon or something like that, they would be put into a disadvantageous position. So that is one thing that you have to keep in mind here. Going to draw 2 cards. Little bit of lag, but the Froakie is gonna get hit right here. Now it does look like he's gonna drop the Indeedee. Indeedee is gonna heal the Froak. Suicune is maybe. He's trying to figure out. His opponent is showing 2 Rowlets, right? You know, you want to be a little bit conservative with your plays here because you really don't want to just you lose to random you know, Decidueye pings here and there. So this matchup is not very favorable for Swinninja. I'm just gonna say that. It has been a while though that this actually ended up winning. Decidueye ended up winning like any tournament in general in the last couple of weeks since you know, this format has dropped. He still has the water energy and he drew into the rare candy, as we can see. So he does have options here. Now the scary part is, like, you have to invest in the Froakie in the front. Yeah, and I agree with you, Diego, but the problem here too is you can't fit in you know, Chingling into a Swinninja deck. So it looks like he got the Dartrix in the back. He has 5 cards in his hand. Going to give the energy to Dartrix, so he does not have access to Decidueye right now. So it looks like he's just gonna swing. He does not have the rare candy. So he's gonna make Indeedee a liability here. Yeah, nah, that's why Indeedee is such a good card, but at the same time, you know, it's one of those cards that's just like, it does nothing but heal, but like, it just makes it like a crazy liability. We're gonna go into the rare candy, Greninja. Unfortunately, supporters have been used for this turn, so we're gonna go into hitting the Dartrix here and get the knockout on Rowlet. Getting the knockout on Rowlet is pretty crucial. You're putting him at, like, you know, in a situation where he has to play with 1 Decidueye. So it's either going to be Decidueye EX or regular Decidueye, whatever he has in hand. His opponent definitely, Kaizen has access to doing 80 damage per turn. So that's one thing he has guaranteed for sure. But it depends on the healing that he has in hand, or if he even has a Decidueye. Yeah, no, he's definitely in a situation where he has to think here, because if he drops the wrong Decidueye, it's kind of cooked. Alright, so it does look like we're going to go into this Decidueye, right? Going in for Erica. And I guess they're just going to go into getting rid of the Froakie? Yeah. Going into for the free point here. So I think we're really just going to go down into Indeedee, it looks like. It's either going to be the Indeedee. Yeah. That was actually the right play, because the situation would have been so much worse if he ended up popping off with, you know, with Greninja EX late game, which he ended up drawing right now, which ended up being a dead card. He's not out of the woodwork right now either, I would say, because that Greninja just doing 80 damage back to back, unless he has a Lily, there really isn't like anything that he could do right now. Which he does have the Lily, which is going to allow him to live one extra turn here. So he's gonna hit the Indeedee. We're gonna have to split the energy here. Irida is gonna be forced out, which is gonna make him go to 90, but is gonna be in a position. He's in a tough position regardless, right? He has to have another Indeedee in order to pop off. Does he have the second one? Yes or no? Because he already used 2 of his healing cards. He has the third, and the third is going to be it. That's going to be the nail in the coffin. Not necessarily. He actually the Suicune. Nah, that's 80 as well. Never mind. All he could do, the maximum damage he could do is 80. It is definitely going into game number 3. The Decidueye player definitely has the advantage here for sure. That's kind of frustrating that you're only 10 HP away from like winning this game, right? But now all you have to do is swing into Indeedee, and we're heading into game number 3. Again, this is a best of 5 situation. Don't know why the Rocky helmet, the BM. Correct. This is best of 5. Best of 5. Alright, so we're gonna head over to the point of view of the Decidueye player. Again, we are going back and forth. So just making sure everybody could show off their decks here. Yeah, no, this is like not favorable whatsoever for Decidueye. Alright, they are searching for each other. Here we go. The last one. Not the last one. Not to say like the last one, but it's just like, you know, So Ninja has to really, lead out really optimally in order to pop off. Just like Suicune, having Mars early could definitely throw him off for a loop. Just like you said, Jay. But starting off with Froakie is not the most ideal situation. The Suicune is out, having the copycat. I guess you want to have the most optimal hand going into this, and dropping Froakie out here. You know what's the crazy part? Kaizen literally has no sleeves and no playmat. I just noticed that. That's funny. Alright, gonna go for Pokeball here, right? Gonna see the second Rowlet, which is kind of huge in this situation, but it does look like he's going to swing into definitely the Froakie in the back, because you don't want that Greninja EX having a cape. Greninja EX having a cape is like the worst possible thing you want to do if you're, if you're facing your opponent. But it would be great for Kaizen in this match. But we're going in with Froakie. And is Froakie gonna go in for the swing, or is he just gonna go for like a rare candy play? Because at this point, it does look like maybe having the Greninja EX would be good, but no, it does look like we're just gonna swap back in there for draw power. Dartrix is gonna hit the field, and it does look like the energy is gonna be split here, and we're gonna go in for a swing. But where are we gonna hit? Gonna hit the second Frogadier. So Froakie, he definitely wants options in order to like swing, just in case if he doesn't get the regular Decidueye. Decidueye EX is just one of those cards that once it's out on the field, it just destroys almost anything once it has damage, because dealing 100 damage is insane. But then again, even if he has the baby Decidueye, right, it's kind of crazy. It does 70 damage. Anything that's like, below 70, it just like eradicates. So we're going into the healing. We're going to prioritize the one that has the cape. So that information, the one Irida has been used in the deck, so you could cross that out. And we're going to go into the draw engine here. That is a crazy draw, right? Because Rocky Helmet just opens up, the 100 damage potential like so much quicker in the game. So going in for the insta-kill on the Froakie in the back row. Getting game the first point into the Decidueye player. Professor's Research getting him multiple cards here. Nah, they don't play red card. I don't think the Decidueye does not play anything. Does not play any what do you call it? Hand disruption. Sorry. Right now, what Kaizen's just trying to do, he definitely needs access to that Greninja EX in order to get the free position swap. But then again, even if he swings for 100, he's like guaranteed to take 100 himself. So that's the only problem that I see. But I think he has to go into Greninja EX. I mean, regular Greninja. It's kind kind of like an undefeated Decidueye deck if you think about it, because like all he really did is tied. He just tied one game. This copycat just gave him the nuts. It gave him 2 Decidueyes. There's no fighting back in this situation. There's nothing Kaizen could do at this moment. So it does look like that copycat was the nail in the coffin for sure. There's no more healing that could happen in this situation. And the best of 3, it does look like Decidueye will end up taking the tournament here. It just shows you, I guess, this matchup is nearly unwinnable, even having the Mars early game, which we saw. No, it wasn't early game, but at the same time, there's not really much that he could do at the situation to, you know, come back. Let's see. Insane. All he has to do here is swing and he wins the game. Good games. Decidueye. Decidueye ended up popping off. But this is insane. 361 person tournament. Decidueye ended up going undefeated and taking the best of 3. Best of 5, 3-0, all 3 games. But without further ado, GG's to Decidueye over here, winning the whole tournament. If we pop off to his deck right here, give me 1 second, chat. So here we go. We have the undefeated Decidueye deck right here. You know, it really comes down to, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? If it's not broken, don't fix it. The deck performs really, really well. You know, running 1 Dartrix, it looks like the Quick Grow Extract was the only thing that you really needed in order to really pop off. It comes in clutch with once you have the Dartrix, or you have a Rowlet that you can't really find an out for, but like it's just something to complement your gameplay style. You are playing 2-2 Decidueye EX and Decidueye. This deck right here does play really well against the meta once you see a Suicune dominated meta. It doesn't really play too well against other matches, but at the same time, once it plays well into Hydreigon, plays well into like Suicune and anything Magnezone or Ikorio-ish, which is the most popular decks. But like, you know, off meta decks, like it could struggle with that. But you know, I guess this fixes a bunch of the consistency here. Double Lily is way better than double Erica in 1 Lily. These are the ratios. We had a bunch of Decidueye players join the tournament as well with this deck. So, double Copycat is definitely there for the consistency. Doubles Research and Quick Grow Extract and Rocky Helmet. Double Rocky Helmet is way better because you want to get your 100 damage live as soon as possible. And yeah, this is the deck that ended up going undefeated in the tournament. And if we go back here, let's go all the way back here to the tournament, our tournament, standings, top 8. Now we can put music. We have Decidueye winning. We have Kaizen at 2nd place. We have Darkus at 3rd. We have Majin Gengar at 4th, Diego at 5th, Yumenton at 6th, Takahiro at 7th, and at 8th we have Brandon. Congratulations to the top 8 players. You guys were the greatest of today. All you guys are getting prizes. So make sure to comment in the tournament chat, and we'll facilitate everything there. I think the Decidueye will be hard to win against Mega Venusaur. Yeah, probably. Probably. Let me just search up one thing. I want to give a shout out to the amazing crew that we have that can make this possible. You know, we do have HVK, Nuno, SoFlo. We do have all the judges as well that help judge, you know, this tournament. You know, specifically, like, you know, really greatly appreciated here. Thank you guys for helping so much. And yeah, no, there will be many more tournaments coming in here, so just be on the lookout for that. As you know, everything does expand. We're starting to have like consistent 200 plus and 300 plus people tournaments, which is amazing. Means the community is growing. We're giving you guys, you know, the best prizes that we could come up with at the time. So hopefully everybody is enjoying that. You know, giving you guys something when rank is not available. I know rank is coming pretty soon, this Friday coming up. So yeah, nah, I'm just so hyped for that, and we will be throwing tournaments within that time frame too. But without further ado, guys, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time. Peace out, have a good night, and yeah.